Also want to highlight that we are very highly international, with people from many dozens of different countries, different backgrounds, and very diverse, well, I think so anyway, when it comes to otherwise political leanings. We've literally had people on who are members of far-left parties supporting very strongly Ukraine, as well as people who strongly back very staunchly right-wing politics otherwise. And you know, this isn't meant to be a political issue, because it's not a political issue, because genocide is not a political issue. And if you're for genocide, well, that's you're not to be befriended exactly with anyway. And I think this is another component to this. It's imperative not to support genocide for anyone who's remotely in touch with a sense of morality, and that makes it very easy indeed.
И жители признаются, что жить стало тяжелее, ведь освободители постоянно помогали водой и продуктами.
Shaggy, go ahead, and then I have a question for Daniel there. Shaggy.
Just drop me down for a couple of minutes. I've just got to run somewhere.
All right. So, Daniel, over the course of the day, you've been sending me quite a lot of interesting stuff. What I want to pick up on specifically is all of those videos of liberated Vysokopilia to start with, right? Vysokopilia, that town in the north of Kherson Oblast. Lots of images coming out of there. Obviously, there's that iconic image on, when was it? Saturday morning, I think? Or it was a Sunday morning, of the flag being raised once again over the over the hospital in Vysokopilia, over the town. But now lots of videos of Ukrainian soldiers very happily walking through town, which is shockingly not exactly destroyed. Did you get the same sort of sense from watching those videos, that they're shockingly intact as a city?
Oh yeah, and I saw again washing machine, a lot of washing machines again. And funny is that troops which are retreating, I read from Kherson, they start looting again where they loot before. So they are preparing for a gesture of goodwill. I don't know. Our military explained to us because the precision of the weapons, but I think is something more, just something. Meaning the
it's also doctrine.
Not only doctrine. Imagine they are in panic, and you are in panic. You don't start shelling to defend the area. You just go. Find the rubber alligator. It's so easy. I saw some building damage, but not rubberized. I saw some hits, some burned building, but it is normal. If I will fight for my city, probably I don't want to destroy, right? So I want to kill the Russians. And the Russians are, I don't think they want to stay. They are retreating in mass. Look at the Russian telegram in Kharkiv. It's the same thing. They are in total panic, total rout. They just run. Is something crucial, in my opinion. Probably you will see a mass surrender. And sooner than later. Much sooner than later. So Donetsk Republic asked to get volunteers from Mariupol. How mad can you be to want, because you exhausted your pool of recruits in Donetsk, go in Mariupol to recruit people? Are you totally mad? That people will not fight. Maybe in Vasiliki was not just Russian elite, was maybe Donetsk and Luhansk forced recruits. They have any reason to fight? They have any reason? I saw the Ukrainian soldiers. They have Western weapons, light weapons, not just IFVs, tanks. They have no more AK-74. They have American weapons. So it's something like you have some bad uniform, boots which you looted probably, There's still helmet. You stay to fight. Why? Of course they will retreat. Of course the settlement will be mostly untouched. And that is a great thing. And I don't think Kherson will be destroyed. Because you cannot defend it. You stay with your face to the Ukrainian army, and behind you is a partisan with a sharp knife. Must be mad to stay there to defend. Washing machines need to be delivered.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, that's it's a very good interpretation there. But I do think you're right. I think you're right. They are certainly panicked. That the Russian invaders, they're certainly panicked to some degree. That's definitely a component of it. But I think doctrine has to do with it as well, right? The way Russians take cities is they're instructed you have to take Volnovakha, Severodonetsk, whatever, and then they have only one way of doing it, which is throw all of the shells you can find on top of it. Whereas
Which
Ukrainians,
ammunition? Which ammunition is no ammunition?
not anymore, right? But that's how they did it. That every city that they took was effectively taken like that, except for Kherson, right? And a few of the other cities that they took really early on. That weren't very strongly defended effectively, right? And Ukraine kind of didn't want to defend them very strongly, perhaps because they didn't want to get destroyed. But we're taking Volnovakha, taking Severodonetsk, all of those. What I really want to say is that Ukraine doesn't operate that way, right? They will only do it if they can do it another way, nor will they be interested in dumping so many shells on the city in the first place, because it is actually honestly bad tactics in the first place to do that. And maybe we'll get CJ up at some point when he has time again. He can explain how he was watching the Russian approach to artillery, the mass fires, the mass area fires, as an artillery officer himself, and maybe he can maybe tell us how confusing and confounding it was for him to watch that. But I think it's a massive difference, right? Vysokopilia, it still looks like a town. I expected the town to be completely destroyed. It was on the front lines for months. It was a Russian stronghold for months, and yet it looks obviously it's there's holes and walls and
Roman.
stuff, but it's not
Roman.
anything like Russia. Yeah.
Roman, if Ukrainians hit the headquarters of the unit was there, if they destroyed their ammunition and the battalion ammunition depot and the bridge who had them ammunition, fuel, food, water, so they have only light arms, maybe some mortar rounds, maybe some anti-tank rounds. Nothing more. You cannot mobilize it. You don't have with what. And also, at panic, you don't have officer to say to you, stay here, defend this position. So they run. And probably we'll see this on repeat.
I hope we keep seeing it on repeat until they've ran across into Belgorodskaya Narodная Respublika. Okay, let's try Shaggy again, if he's not indisposed anymore. Shaggy?
Yeah, I'm okay now. I've got my Bluetooth speaker back. That would have gone missing if I'd left it 5 more minutes. Anyway, 3 points really, but 2 very quick ones at the end. First one was about freedom of speech. I remember the old analogy that you don't shout fire in a cinema because it can cause panic, mass panic, and people can get injured. And I think the same should go for a state, a country. Especially with political tourists coming in and basically shouting fire and causing panic, or at least to the very minimum, causing disruption to the harmony of that state. The states like Czechia and Slovakia and places like that, which the state they've chosen is the state that Ukraine has chosen. They don't want a totalitarian state. They want a democratic state. And democracy comes from demo. And it's not from the people that come outside, of the people that come outside as political tourists, is of the people that live within that state. It's their choice what they want. So I'm a bit of a believer in some kind of controls on people coming in to any country and then causing trouble in that country, either leading the fifth column within that country, or just trying to create a fifth column within that country. I think that there should be controls, especially in a time of national emergency or near national emergencies, which we have now in Europe, all the countries in Europe. So, yeah, maybe I'm being a bit draconian in this, but I think there should be controls on political tourists or tourists that come in and cause trouble to the national harmony. That was my first point.
Thank you, Shaggy. Yeah, absolutely. And this is what, I don't know if you were listening to our conversation with Olga this morning, but that's very much what she was highlighting as well, right? The way did these counter Maidan, quote unquote, massive square quotes around them, protests got staged in places like Mariupol or Odessa or Kharkiv, were literally by the importation of these quote unquote political tourists imported across the border from Russia to feign to put a facade of some sort of a legitimate protest movement going on. And also, this is very much what they try to do in Kherson. Since then, this is how they run their sham referenda. Right? This is very much all along these lines. Carry on, Shaggy.
Yeah, I'd never heard the term political tourist before, and that perfectly encapsulates it, actually. So that's kind of what made me think of this. My two other little requests really were, if you have any information or any of your listeners have any information on Russian curses or curses that Russians are really scared of, if people can DM me, because I've got a little project going, which I'm going to try and utilize some of those for the fellows. And my second...
Yeah, DM Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, and my second point was regarding warm winter clothing. Now, we talked about winter clothing, or what I picked up, we talked about winter clothing for soldiers in the military, but I'm kind of more kind of interested in winter clothing, what civilians can do in Ukraine, specifically for under $10. What can they buy or source, or what can other people source for them, which will really, really help them the most? And my first one for about £2.50 was one of those silver blankets that you can get to wrap yourself up in, or maybe put between two layers of trousers, sew two layers of trousers together and stick it in the middle, together with paper. But if there's anything else that's kind of cheap that your average Ukrainian will be able to afford kind of reasonably without spending all the money on merino wool, because that's really expensive. So something cheap. Some tips on that would be good as well. That's it.
Yeah, I think Raver and George are both going to offer some. I just want to go to Christopher first because he's been waiting for a long time. Then we go to Raver and George for other comments, including some on these lines. Thank you, Shaggy. Scribe, that is Christopher.
Hello. I want to add a little addendum to what we were talking about Ukrainian arms. Ukraine has developed a assault gun similar to what Russia has, but it's called a Malyuk, and not even NATO has it yet.
Okay. Thank you, Christopher. I honestly can't say that I know a whole lot about assault rifles. To me, an assault rifle is an assault rifle, but I'm sure that somebody else will be able to comment on that better than I can. Anybody who does know this gun and its relative qualities and disqualities, feel free to comment on it as we go along as well. Raver.
Hi, good morning. Hey, Shaggy, given Ukraine's geographic location and the fact that that hasn't changed for thousands of years, I'm pretty sure that Ukrainian closets are probably loaded down with winter quality clothing that will be shared out to the refugees. Generally speaking, though, for winter, you want wool or some sort of a hydrophobic synthetic. You absolutely do not want cotton. Cotton kills. It saves in the summertime because it helps evaporative cooling, but it absolutely kills in the wintertime because it's hydrophilic.
Thank you, Raver. I think that Shaggy was especially referencing since a number of people are going to be in much colder conditions than they're usually for whatever reason. That's part of the reason as well, and especially soldiers, right? Many more soldiers out in the field. And that's also why Konstantin was doing his drive, which was very successful and very needed, I'm sure. George.
Yeah, I mean, we heard about cold weather clothing. You know, I guess the West United States I think, announced that they're going to be giving clothes to outfit 200,000, or NATO's gathering clothes to outfit 200,000 Ukrainian soldiers. And that's all in well, but they're going to need a lot more than that. I don't know if it's 200,000 soldiers, one item each, because I don't know if a lot of people know that there is typically a summer and winter uniform. Even just a regular camouflage uniform without all the thermal undergarments and the coats and stuff like that. There's usually a summer uniform and then a winter uniform. So 200,000 is a good start. They're going to need about 4 times that, if you ask me, because you can't wear the same bloody uniform, for months on a time. As those things get dirty, they lose some of the qualities that you want them for, and one is the ability to repel water. It loses its any outer garment that gets dirty loses its ability to be water repellent. It loses its ability to breathe. It also, you want the soldier not to stink and give away his position from a mile away because of the PO, but that's another point. I think, as I was saying, I think a lot of people have misconceptions about Ukraine and its winters. If anybody lives in the Philadelphia, New York area, that's the winter you're talking about for the most part. Now, it does get a little bit colder in the north toward Kharkiv and to the east, but around Kyiv, the winter's almost like the one here in Philadelphia, right? But there's good and bad with that. It doesn't get extremely cold, but you have huge temperature fluctuations. And what Konstantin has been saying is they're going to need garments that they can shed, like get rid of, like take off, and then add on. Because during the day, you're going to be above freezing, rainy, wet. So you need good wet weather gear. But at night, it gets especially cold. It can dip down below zero. So then, anything that's wet is not going to be good. You need to have a good jacket that you could put underneath, let's say, wet weather gear. The problem is that you want it to be nothing too bulky so that it's easily portable, so that the soldiers, as they advance, can move with it, right? And you need something that's going to give you range of movement, because let me tell you, when you're under attack and you're hugging the earth, kissing the dirt, as they say, and low crawling to get to like a lower position or whatever, or to get into concealment, you need something that's not going to be restrictive. So bulky winter clothing is out. You can't have something too bulky. You can't restrict the guy's movement, because then you're putting him in harm's way. I don't know if Raver wants to chime in on that, but just haven't spent too many winters in Germany. Bulky clothing is not good.
Thank you, George. I think everybody would have taken this under advisement. Real quick on nylon stockings, still a good idea?
Nylon stockings. Okay. I've never used them for cold weather. I know that some guys used to wear them when we used to do, because I went to Fort Bragg later, and I was part of 18th Airborne Corps, assigned to 82nd Airborne for a while. We used to do very long road marches, and believe it or not, a lot of guys' feet, even though they changed socks, looked like somebody went at them with a meat cleaver. So I did hear that wearing like stockings, like the short little, I guess, stocking type booty, helped with keeping your blisters from appearing on your feet. I don't know about the cold weather potential of it. I can't. I have no personal experience to speak to that.
Got it. Thank you very much, George. Okay, I'm going to jump to Raver real quick. Final comments on this, and then Vyshnikovsky and Knut are going to change the topic to something a little bit more disturbing. Raver.
Yeah, so for outer shell Gore-Tex, as for stockings, we only wore them to ward off blisters and sand fleas.
Got it. Got it. Thank you very much, Raver. Thank you, George. Vyshnikovsky, what's up?
Yeah, basically we're back to the topic which I announced to you, I think, about 2 hours ago, on American companies helping Russians to still make some money. And why do I know that? Because Knut, our friend here in the space, has had some interesting discussion, and I want to yield to him.
Good afternoon.
Air siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. Donetsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Eastern Europe, and building teams and then building product for clients in Western Europe and the US. We are doing that with Ukraine, with guys in Ukraine. They are doing that with guys in Russia and with guys in Belarus. And I said, oh, that's interesting. How do you pay them? And he said, oh, that's interesting. There's a service called Deal, D-E-E-L. And it's really easy. You can pay them through that. I said, oh, isn't that going against sanctions? I said, oh, I'm not sure. So, and then I checked today with Wise, which was TransferWise before. On their website, they still advertise that you can make payments to Russia as well. So it's not only one service, it seems to be several of these new online bank services.
Siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk, full alert. Donetsk,
I only know for
full
IT
alert.
guys. So
this message has been generated with municipal data.
Don't have to go to Uzbekistan or Armenia or wherever for bank accounts and to be re-registered, but there's still a possibility to send money directly to Russia. Hello?
Hi, Knut. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say, honestly. I'm very disturbed by this, that there are such trivial workarounds around the sanctions. They surely should be put a stop to somehow, because it seems that these financial services providers, I won't necessarily call them banks because I don't know what they technically legally are definitely not observing the spirit of the sanction, even if they might be observing the letter of the sanctions. And sanctions need to clearly get adjusted appropriately to put an end to this.
Yeah. So it's I checked in with my lawyer. We're friends, so we're talking once in a while, anyways. And he said, legally, I said, if I would have a guy in Russia and I would pay him, he said, legally a problem. He said, as long as he's not on the list of sanctions, like on the person's list of sanctions, you're not going against sanctions. So legally, it's allowed. So, with the SWIFT ban, it's just impossible to send money to many banks. But this seems to be a working workaround, and I will contact the customer support of Wise just to find out if it's really possible to send money to Russia. I really just want to know. And
because I was under the impression that Wise no longer allowed that for quite a while now. That's at least what I heard from someone.
Yeah, that's also what I see.
Yeah, that's maybe true. I just saw the landing page for how to send money to Russia on the website, so that's I maybe they've stopped that and they just didn't take the landing page down. So that might be.
They stopped it, Knut. They stopped it according to what I see. Wise does not support the transfer of funds to Russia, but Deal does. Like this financial service provider called Deal does, and here. I think we need some ideas.
So one thing I want to note here is I would be wondering if this might also be one of the ways that allows Russians traveling to, say, Europe to be able to use cards or some such, again, without having to go on a trip to Uzbekistan to open a bank account first.
I don't know. This seems to be like just when I look at Deal, the platform built for today's world of work. It seems like to be like a remote work service. So if you want to hire someone in some country or in any country and you don't want to open up a business there, you can get contracts through them. It's like remote.com. They do the same thing. It's getting more and more popular to do that. So I do believe it's not a bank service. They just send the money. So you will pay them, and they will forward the money to Russia or wherever you want to hire people.
Okay, so I think I've got it. So Deal probably has some sort of a bank account somewhere in Uzbekistan or Armenia or whatever, right?
Exactly. They will have found a workaround to pay those people. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So they're not a financial services provider. What they are is an agency. They're an intermediary. And they will have opened an account in some third country, which still, from where you can still send send money to Russia, and it's all going to run through there. I bet that's the way they're doing it, and that's very frustrating, very annoying. But that is a more known workaround. It's just annoying that there is a company. I'm presuming registered in. Did you say the US?
It looked like it. Yeah.
Okay, who bypasses the spirit of the sanctions like this, and just like we got on the case of AB InBev a few weeks ago, and I see Peter Doran's listening, and I think this is something we've not told him about yet. So I'll explain the story a little bit more. And Knut, I'll just mute your mic for a second there because there's a tiny bit of feedback. Worry not, happens to anyone. I'll just describe the AB InBev story real quick. So apparently what happened is AB InBev left Russia really early on. However, the way they did that was to sell all of the Russian operations, including licenses for beers, including, say, Leffe, which is one of their flagship beers, to Anadolu Efes. Anadolu Efes is not just a basketball club, it's also the largest Turkish brewer. And Anadolu Efes is now making Leffe and Hoharden and whatever
this message has been generated with municipal data
in Russia. So Russia still gets all of the Belgian beers and other flagships of AB InBev, Anheuser-Busch InBev, a company that owns I think 500, 600 major breweries and their brands around the world, still making them in Russia. The clincher is that Anadolu Efes is actually, I think, 24% owned by Anheuser-Busch InBev. So clearly, Anheuser-Busch InBev still has a very direct stake in all of these Russian operations, because it literally owns a quarter of them if they're owned by Anadolu Efes. And Anadolu Efes has actually been substantially expanding the production of these AB InBev brands, especially in one of the, let's call it the suburb of Moscow, because that's basically what it is. It's the sort of place that you'd fly to Moscow very easily and get to very easily from a Moscow airport if you're a high-powered business person. But at the same time, it's not
this message has been generated with municipal
data.
Therefore
Much cheaper when it comes to land, industry and workforce and the like. So they're actually investing into expansion there as well, which is very frustrating. Now, the Russian chapter of the Belgian Luxembourgish Chamber of Commerce has been bragging rather on the internet about, oh, look at all these wonderful Belgian beers on offer in Russian supermarkets. Because, of course, beer, as per usual, is not actually moved across borders in very large quantities because it's a very low density good, right? So beer, because it's very heavy and it's not worth that much, it's often brewed in lots of countries, even the same beer. So if you look at how many countries Heineken, for example, is brewed in, it's insane. But that's because it's really not worth transporting it across long distances most of the time. So instead, they will brew it under license, with the same recipe, with the same hops or whatever. In various different locations. So they've done this previously in Russia already.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
That Russia is avoiding sanctions. That the people in Russia, the Russian upper middle classes and above that, are very much maintaining a sense of normalcy, despite that sense of normalcy should be being deprived by the sanctions. Admittedly, though, I think that it wouldn't have fallen under sanctions because food is exempt, and as far as I'm concerned, beer is food, as is wine. But at the very least, it's a very frustrating factor in this. So AB InBev gets a a B grade on the Yale report because of it, because they have left. But nevertheless, all of their flagship brands are still very much present in the Russian market, adding to the normalcy, the normalcy of the perception of wartime within the Russian middle and upper classes of Moscow and St. Petersburg, despite
Siren alert update.
despite the brand, the company having
this message has been generated with municipal data.
They've had a workaround to Anadolu Efes, a quarter of which they own. The reason why I highlight that suburb of Moscow, sorry, I should have noted that, is because it's a place that was very highly industrialized over the last 20 years or so. A lot of Western companies kind of preferentially invested there because it was, it was easy. It was close to the center. It was close to Moscow. Not so close to be too expensive, but close enough to actually get there easily and kind of supervise production, etc. However, a lot of factories in that area have closed because they are actually reliant on things that have to be imported, right? Be that machine parts or simply machines not working anymore, or if you're assembling cars, you need parts made in other countries. Otherwise, you end up with a Lada Vesta made to the standard of a bad car for the mid-1990s in the first place at a vastly exaggerated cost. So because of that, it's significant that they're going into what is becoming something of a particularly depressed community right on the outskirts of Moscow with rampant unemployment and investing there. That makes it particularly insidious, I would argue, because it's making the war again more distant for the people to whom the war should be brought to the people whose doorsteps the war should really be brought to the closest. Just a couple of notes on that. Apologies for a slight deviation, but I think it's kind of a similar situation should be highlighted because of that. Knut?
Yeah, and the funny thing about InBev is very early in the war they were priding themselves with I'm from Bremen here, where Bex is coming from, and in that factory they're brewing I think the beer from
Chernichivske.
Yeah, exactly. So they were really like, we support Ukraine, and then they just turn around and invest into Russia. It's a really strange behavior.
Exactly, right. And they were packaging Chernichivske, which is the beer associated with the Chernihiv brewery, in these blue and yellow cans, sending them around, putting pride in, look, we left Russia, we're all behind Ukraine, whereas they haven't actually left Russia because they're largely owned subsidiary of 24%. It's not really a subsidiary, right? It's just a company in which they have a very significant stake, is maintaining not just presence in Russia themselves, but crucially maintaining the production of flagship AB InBev brands in Russia. Now, sadly, the Belgium and Luxembourg Chamber of Commerce in Russia, which I think is entirely Russian run and administered, was bragging on the internet the other day, as I noted in a video, of wall-to-wall supermarket shelves full of international branded beers such as Leffe and Hoharden and whatever else, literally hundreds of brands. But sadly, they took it down within an hour or so. Ben saw it. Ben of this parish did see it, but sadly failed to save it before it was taken down. And then none of the rest of us got to. So we're kind of relying on his words there. But if anybody does come across that video, it was published in the last week or so, maybe 10 days. Please do save it, tweet it out, tag us in the tweet, tag me in the tweet, tag me a report in the tweet, and we'd be very happy. Ben at Ulisse Colonna would be very happy to see it again, or in Ben's case, and just see it in the first place. In my case, so yeah, there we go. That's what I have to note on that. I don't know if anybody else has anything else. Wisniewski, Knut, anything else on these deal people? I see incorporated in the state of Delaware. Thank you, Knut. Wisniewski, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have to jump into work call, unfortunately, in 5 minutes, but I written you a message and I just want to throw it out there in the space because I think the space is not only some chatter group of us having coffee and cake and discussing, but I think the space is something where ideas are born. And several times, Knut, I had the idea, or I had the feeling that I need to do some writing to fight Russian misinformation. And I think that and your case of spotting companies which help circumventing sanctions or which help actually keeping money flowing into Russia and to Russians. Doman indicated to me in a message that we should collect those companies in a thread, right? So it can be addressed. I think many people don't know which companies are still helping Russians and helping circumventing sanctions, even though these particular activities are not sanctions. But if enough people, I think, are made aware of it, we make aware of that there is still a problem. And Knut, you have access to developers. I once heard the rumor, right? So maybe we shall set up some blog, some pro-Ukraine blog, where I would be volunteering to be an author. I'm just too busy to start my own website or blog space, right?
So Vishnikovsky, I answer to you. Let's have a look offline at some options regarding that, and I think we might very much be onto something there. Deal?
Very good. With that, I say goodbye. I'll be back later, and Slava Ukraini.
Heram Slava. Knut, any comments?
No, I just want to say thank you. I'll see you, Slava Ukraini. See you later. I'll drop down as well.
Heram Slava. Thank you very much, both. Thank you, Vishnikovsky. Thank you, Knut. And we have Dani here with us. Dani, go ahead.
Hi, Doman. Continuing the topic that we breached earlier about protests in Europe, specifically the one in Prague, and I said just maybe an hour ago that I expect it to happen in other nations. And well, it turns out I just found an article that speaks about this. It was published yesterday, in which George Simeon, which is the leader of the AUR, political party. You've heard us talking about it before.
Yes, he recently is he recently the guy who recently got married to about 18 million people?
Yes, that's right. That clown is
yes,
exactly who I'm talking about. So he just announced that on the 2nd of October, he is asking the Romanian population to join him in an anti-government protest, claiming that it's motivated by the fake energy crisis that's been created in Europe to undermine this or whatever thing he's referencing. Of course, it's all made up. But he did announce it on the 2nd of October. He's asking everyone to join him in a protest. He wants it to be an anti-government protest to ask for early elections. And he's claiming that the reason for it is the Romanian government's participation in this scam, the fake energy crisis, as he calls it. Of course, our media is well aware that his position is pro-Russian, and they're already calling him out, that it seems it's motivated by the same pro-Russian positions that we've seen in Prague. But I just wanted to say that I find it pretty funny that he's going to wait until the 2nd of October to do it, which is quite a long way away. Much can happen until then, and I'm expecting his claims to be even less substantiated then than they are now. But I promise to join the protest if it does happen, and just ask people why they're there, how they got there, try to kind of get some anecdotal evidence of who is going to participate if it does happen.
Thank you, Danny. I'd be very glad for your on-the-ground reporting in that regard. I would also be very interested in maybe if you know once they start launching their ideas and talking points, to see if they are translated verbatim from the ones that were being launched in the Czech Republic, because that's often an indication of the same sort of people being behind it, right? I suspect that we'll see many slogans that will be almost exactly verbatim translations.
Yeah, I expect that as well. Right now, he's saying he wants to restabilize the logic of normality, which is an empty phrase. And then he carries on to say there's no energy crisis in Romania. We're producing as much energy as we did a year before, when there wasn't any war. And he's saying that they're just adjusting the price of energy to simulate this energy crisis. And that's why we want early elections. And it's essentially an anti-governmental protest. We hope for thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people in the streets. We'll be there with our followers, is what he's saying. And we hope other structures from society will join us, such as political parties, syndicates, patronages, people that are sick and tired of huge bills and the prices that have been going up day by day. That's the quote from what he said on national TV.
There might even be more people showing up than to his wedding to the nation.
Yes, yeah. And I just wanted to make another comment on Gazprom's latest propaganda video that they put out, showing how Europe will freeze essentially without Russian gas, and I find it quite funny. I'm asking myself, is it so that nobody else flies out the window from Gazprom? Are they making that statement to kind of appease the people installing railings at windows in Russia so that nobody else will fall out the window from Gazprom? I found that really quite amusing.
They might be recycling some pipelines into railings to install across the window, just to make sure that nobody accidentally falls out. Absolutely, everywhere above the third floor. Anda, I know that you can't actually raise your hand, but you are Romanian. You want to comment on the Romanian protest briefly, and then we'll go to Antti and Shaggy. Anda, unmute first. Let's see if it works. Anda. Okay, I surmise Anda's phone is frozen solid, much like Krasnoyarsk in that video that Gazprom released to threaten Europe. And if you don't do as we say, your town will turn into one that's just like ours. And beware. Antti.
Yes. Good evening, afternoon, or morning, or wherever you are in the world. How are you doing, Doman?
I am all right. Having seen that video, I trust that you've seen the video where Gazprom threatens Europe with a cold winter and shows images of Krasnoyarsk, Siberia, in the process. I would wish for your expert commentary on the quality of the ice structures that they have shown, because as everybody knows, you are an expert in the matter.
Well, let's just say that I wouldn't, but the thing is that I'm a bit biased because I only produce organic icicles. So let's just say that the quality controls of Finnish organically produced icicles compared to industrially produced Russian icicles is like comparing, I don't know, champagne to piss.
Understood. I'm sorry, I should never have insulted your profession expertise like that. Carry on with whatever else you had.
Yeah, so I was wondering, because there are all of these. I mean, the news that you had earlier about these online companies going around the sanctions. That's obviously not good. But news from the front, at least, there are hints and suggestions that when we go more later into the evening, that there might be even more good news from all over the front, not just near Kherson, but also around Kharkiv.
Yehuda clearly intuited that you were going to ask a question about that, and jumped up preemptively. Yehuda, thoughts on developments on the front?
Oh, I'm not so ready yet, but I will be, I promise. I didn't intuitively jump in yet.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Antti, in which case you have to sit tight and listen, and when Yehuda is ready,
I might start, Domin, I might stand up on occasion, but sure.
Very well, very well. And Yehuda will gladly inform us of all the details as soon as he's collated them appropriately. Yehuda? Okay. Right, let's clear some hands in the meantime. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I've sent you a DM regarding details of deal and what processes it is to send money to Ukraine and Russia, and it's quite interesting. So check your DMs, and I'll drop down.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. Yeah, I'll collate all of that, and we'll have a nice chat with Vishniakovsky and Knut about it later. George. George. George going once. George going twice. Okay, we'll get to George later. Shin, I think, was next. Shin 187.
Yeah, thank you, Domin. I was about also to comment regarding these protests happening, and I want to tell you that in North Macedonia, as you know, there have been serious attempts to topple down the government because of its path towards the Euro-Atlantic institutions and reforms. And now we are seeing that they are trying to use the issue with Bulgaria, because let's be clear, in our case there is no direct protest regarding the issues with let's say energy or Russia, but it is used with the neighbors. Previously we had with Greece, and now with Bulgaria. And now this issue with Bulgaria specifically is used to accumulate all the forces. And now we are expecting that towards the end of the year, they are preparing for a massive protest. They also acknowledge that they're gonna ask for a signing of a referendum to abolish the agreements with the neighbors, which means turning back from EU institutions. And now we're seeing all the underground is preparing like everything, parallel intelligence structures, media. They are going all in our situation here. So we'll see what's gonna happen until the end of the year.
Thank you, Shin. Actually, funnily enough, this is something I've commented on before in the space when I think von der Leyen was traveling to Skopje to move the process along to get North Macedonia into a negotiating status for membership of the European Union, from just candidate to actually candidate who's negotiating. So I remember when all of these protests were happening, exactly the argumentation that they were using, which was, utter nonsense, as we know. But hey, thank you for that, Shin. That's good to keep in mind. There are many countries that are at risk from Kremlin-inspired agitation propaganda, agitprop for short, and North Macedonia is certainly one of them. But I don't think it's actually as much of a risk as some people would think it is. It's going shockingly stable. Okay, let's go to Mockers and then to Jerome and back to Antti. Mockers.
Hello. I've just witnessed the release of a 3-part video, which it pretty much explains what's happening to Russian soldiers in these small camps. Basically, the first video shows them a bit panicked, grabbing some stuff, saying that they're going to be under artillery fire if they don't move. Then the second video, one guy is stood behind a tree filming, and pretty much everybody else in the camp is taking a dirt nap, shall we say. One other guy checking for weapons, who's obviously lost his own. And then the third video is the same guy filming, who appears to be sat down against a tree trying to get his weapon to unjam or whatever. He's messing around with his weapon, and the other guy who was with him is shot in front of him and is quite clearly wounded. And basically he sat there saying, "I'm the last one alive." And well, all I can say is it's a bit grim, so I'm not going to share it out there, but that just shows me what's happening right now.
And they're Russian or possibly Russian paramilitary forces?
They say at one point that they are LNR troops mixed with some Russian troops as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mockers. Yeah, I saw the 1 and 2. I wasn't aware of the number 3, but I think that this is possibly very representative of the scenes across much of the occupied territories right now, as Ukraine has started counteroffensive. And I will not be warning to anyone who wants to swamp me with messages about this. I will not be breaking any operational security procedures with this, because I will be quoting President Zelensky, who this morning said that Ukraine is engaging on several fronts. Right, that's where my information comes from, President Zelensky, and if he says it, I think it's okay that we talk about it. Sorry, just got some very annoying messages from people complaining about what we talk about when we talk about nothing whatsoever that isn't well known to everyone, because either a Russian posted it on Telegram, so clearly Russians know it, or the Ukrainian government has declared it publicly through official channels, or at least people who have clearances within the Ukrainian government declared it, in which case they should go after them, not us. Anyway, thank you very much, Mockers. I will look into part 3. I have found it since momentarily. Let's try with George. Sorry, Jerome, but George had some issues earlier, and I think he had a technical bug that prevented him from speaking. George.
Yes, I've got the bad case of it's raining cats and dogs out here, and I've got a bad case of the Twitter pot.
You know how it is, George. When the weather turns, right? When the weather turns, that's when you get ill.
That's when you get sick, right? So my phone has acted up. Actually, it crashed earlier because Yehuda had sent me a DM, and it took about an hour and a half to get it back online. So, anyway, I was gonna say, you know, I know, I wish Yehuda was up here. Maybe he's listening. Maybe he could jump up. But remember, he said the town was liberated in the area of Kharkiv. It began with a B. Do you remember Bilyakova?
Yeah, Balaklia. I don't think it's been liberated fully yet. At least that's not been announced as yet. But there is definitely fighting going on there, because all the Russian Telegram channels, and this is something that our dear friend Artwar posted, are saying, "Do not panic. Do not panic." And when everybody starts all of the reports with "Do not panic," you know what?
Yeah, that's when you panic, right? Yeah, so there, I saw like a couple of tweets that that the Ukrainians captured a large ammunitions dump in that area. So this time they didn't blow it up; they just captured it, supposedly. I'm still waiting for verification on that, but that would be nice.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for other people to show up, because I don't really know. I do know that Ukraine apparently blew up a giant ammunition dump just outside of Balaklia on Sunday, I think. So much so that atmospheric anomalies were detected as far as, Lviv and Warsaw and much farther west still. So I think they actually blew it up.
That's crazy.
But I'm guessing there might have been another one, some way off on the other side of town, maybe. Anyway, it is what it is.
Is there if anybody knows if there's a rail line there?
In Balaklia, yes, there is.
Then yeah, that could be like the staging point for several ammo dumps, you know.
Absolutely.
And that could be it.
You are definitely correct about that, George. No question about that. That's what Russians do. Remember, they put ammo dumps where they can easily supply them by rail because they just unload the stuff off a train right into the ammo dump right next to the railway, which can't possibly have any negative consequences when it gets blown up, can it, on the quality of the logistics afterwards? Not at all. Not at all. None of that. Very good. Thank you, George. Jerome.
And thank you. And I'll always defer to George. I'm not far from him. I'm down in South Jersey. And my father went to Frankfurt High and was an airplane mechanic in the Army Air Corps in World War II. So my wife's from Philly, so I'll always defer to Philly. So there's that. And to the Starlink system, I heard a lot about that in the beginning, but I haven't heard much. Does that help with communications? Maybe
Yes, it helps to no end. It helps to no end. I have no way to really express it to you properly, Jerome. But almost whenever we have military folk here from Ukraine who are on the front line, that's how they're calling in. They're calling it through Starlink. I just saw the other day somebody was praising it heavily as well, saying, "Look, it takes maybe 20 minutes to set up, and then I can talk to my loved ones, and then we can all talk to our loved ones. It makes a huge difference."
And I guess it doesn't matter much, but the only drawback I ever heard was from a fellow earlier, a couple of months, maybe a few weeks, saying that the heat signature from it, but I guess that's not much of an issue, but how to calm that down. And that was, and Doman, are you into wine? Is that you?
That's me, yeah.
Yeah, I cook for a living, so one that always gets people is seared tuna. What do you pair with seared tuna, like a spicy seared tuna?
That is interesting. I would probably go with an Albarino or an Alvarinho. Alternatively, with possibly something white from Bairrada. I think those would go really well with that. A serious white made from Arinto predominantly, kind of smoky, very high acidity, but at the same time quite strong. Even maybe something like an Anteo Vache might work as well down from Alentejo. I don't know why I went straight to Portugal, but there must be good reason for it.
Okay, Portugal. Yeah, I was going to ask that. You're going very fast, but all right.
Sorry about that. Yeah, if you need help, I can DM me and we can chat about things a little bit. Always happy to talk about wine.
And that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerome. Antti.
Yeah. Would you mind if I made a brief comment relating to history that might have some connection to some news that we've heard out of Kharkiv today?
Antti, give it just a second. Mark is coming up. I'll let Mark go ahead if that's okay, and then I want you to make a less than brief comment, a longer than just a brief comment about history. Mark, please go ahead.
Hi, Doman. I guess I have something about history too. You want me to hold on a minute?
No, go ahead, Mark, because I know that you have technical issues a lot.
Yeah, well, thank you, Doman. And Doman, thank you so much for hosting the space. Just out of curiosity, I know you do a fine job of making it all about Ukraine, but a little bit about you. Why are you in this? Why you're in Central Europe?
Mark, I am not important in the slightest. I do not matter. It is not about me in the slightest.
Do you have any ties to Ukraine? Family ties?
Nope.
Okay.
I think my great-grandfather probably fought alongside a number of Ukrainians from Galicia back in the First World War, but other than that, I don't think so. No.
Well, much admiration and respect. I live in a Washington, D.C. area, and a few times I've went up to the Russian embassy there to protest and around the White House, and obviously there were a lot of Ukrainians there, family backgrounds, but there were occasionally the individuals that had nothing to do with Ukraine, and I went to talk to them because I was kind of in awe that they would take time out of their day. And they would just say, yeah, it's just flat out wrong what's happening to Ukraine. So anyway, much admiration and respect, Doman. I'm glad you're on our side. I just had kind of a quick comment. If anybody wanted to know a little bit more Ukrainian history, I don't know if you're familiar with Timothy Snyder.
Well familiar.
I'm sorry?
Very well familiar.
Yeah. So he just started doing and he's posting he's doing lectures now of his Yale class, and the name of the class is "Making of Modern Ukraine." And they videotape it, and it's online on YouTube, accessible to anyone. So he's teaching this new sophomore freshman class at Yale. The class number is 247, and he had the first class a couple of days ago, and it is just absolutely fascinating. As you know, Timothy Snyder can get very deliberate. He's almost philosophical, but he just has a way of tearing down these institutional notions that we've had on Russia. And it was absolutely brilliant. So anyway, if anybody's interested in viewing or hearing or learning a little bit more about the history of making of modern Ukraine, it was great. And he disassembled a lot. He brings at least in his first lecture, he brought a lot about the current war and Putin's long diatribe on why Ukraine is part of Russia, and he just kind of nimbly attacked it. So anyway, I found it fascinating. I thought maybe some of the listening audience may be interested in it too. It's on YouTube, Yale, the Making of Modern Ukraine.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. I'm sure some people will, I don't know when, because why would anybody be listening to anything else other than the Real Report?
Yeah, I got
who are here 24/7. But beyond that, no, I think lots of people are going to go and listen to that at some point as they get the time. Both Timothy Snyder and Sergei Plokhy, off at Harvard, they're both wonderful historians, of course, and very knowledgeable and erudite when it comes to the question of Ukraine. Thank you very much, Mark. Jerome, by the way, I got notes. Yes, Starlink shows up very strongly on thermal imaging by drones. However, it only takes about 5 minutes to set it up, not 20. I was mistaken earlier. Thank you to you know who you are, who told me that. I don't know if I should tell who you are, but thank you anyways. Danny, any quick notes? And then I think we have a history lesson from Antti ready.
No, I just wanted to know if later on there are going to be people on that could maybe talk about the situation around the Black Sea in terms of what we can see in the air. So that'd be interesting.
Oh, I see. That's what you meant. Yeah. I think there will be someone very soon. Yes.
Okay, that's great. Well, looking forward to Antti's update then, and I'll be listening in for later. And maybe I have a few questions about what I've seen in the air today. That's great. Thanks.
Yeah, you know who you have to wait for, right? Because it's not me.
Yeah.
So
yes,
you know who to look out for. Cheers, Danny. Antti, history. Where are we? How far back are we going this time?
Not that far. It's only 1813. So
1830, Belgium. Is that what you're?
No, 13. 13. Not 30.
13. Sorry, I thought you said 1830 because that's when Belgium became a thing.
Yes.
Okay, right. Never mind. Carry on.
Yeah, but so this is just a brief sort of interlude that about bridges, basically. So the Battle of Leipzig took place in 1813. Which Napoleon lost against.
So the Battle of Leipzig that took place in Dresden, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
The Battle of Leipzig that took place in Leipzig. The Battle of Nations, also called. So, in any event, I'm not going to go into the battle itself, but Napoleon lost against overwhelming force, and while his forces were retreating, they were retreating over a little-known river called White Elster, and while the retreat was going on, there was a rearguard action being fought by Marshal Poniatowski's army corps. And this bridge that they were supposed to retreat through had been previously mined so that it could be blown up in the enemy's face. But as there was continuous fighting going on with the rearguard and the advancing Allied forces, there was also, shall we say, confusion. And this confusion led some military personnel to believe that the battle was actually far closer than it actually was. And as this was the case, the engineering officer who was in charge of the bridge and was tasked with blowing up the bridge at the correct time, at the proper moment, had fled and led a somewhat much more junior person. I believe it was either a private or a corporal in charge of the bridge. And while the retreat was still ongoing, meaning the fighting was taking place on the wrong side of the river, he panicked as well and consequently blew up the bridge, while still quite a large number of French forces were still on the wrong side of the bridge. And this led to quite a few of them becoming casualties and many others taken prisoner. And Marshal Poniatowski was killed because of it. So there was a bit of news that some bridge might have been blown up by the Russians in panic near Kharkiv. That's still not confirmed, but when there is confusion, when there is panic, things might appear, danger might appear closer than it really is, and mistakes may also take place. So I just wanted to leave you with that nice little thought.
Thank you, Antti. Could you decrypt this hint for anyone who wasn't listening terribly closely, or maybe hasn't been following the war in Ukraine terribly closely the last couple of weeks?
Yes. So the bridge that had been blown up is apparently between the cities of Balaklia and Bayrak. I'm not sure if I'm slaughtering those names or not, but there is a river between them, and yeah, there's a bridge, and it was blown up. That was that's at least the bridge I've saw tweets about that has been blown up. There might be other bridges blowing up, but that's the one I've seen news
all
of.
clear. This
Have
message
you
has been
seen
generated
news of
with
other
municipal data.
bridges blowing up?
Well, what I've seen was lots of pontoon ferries being blown up, allegedly, supposedly, most definitely, all along the Dnipro in various locations. I think that's it's pretty important. There's lots of things that have been going on in terms of bridges. I believe, I don't think Antoniewski Bridge got hit. But yeah, it's pretty.
Yes,
pretty
but isn't there a distinction between the pontoon bridge and this bridge? Because the other one was might have been Atacam's brand smoking, but there is also maybe reason to think that it might have not just been Atacam's brand smoking. That there have been some Ukrainian aid involved in this sad bridging accident. But apparently this bridging accident near Kharkiv was entirely done apparently without smoking. At least, full disclaimer, as far as we know at the time.
Could have. No, Ukrainians are getting very good at sharing smoking implements and consumables. Really, not implements. I apologize about that. Russian invaders, and lots of things are seen to be catching fire and the like, which is always good to see, of course.
Air siren alert update.
But yes, it could very well be anti.
All
Could very
clear.
well be.
Kharkiv.
See, this is a
All
problem.
clear.
When I'm left as
This
the only
message
co-host,
has been
because
generated
I don't
with
actually
municipal
get
data.
to get updates on anything, because there isn't anyone to share the work of actually running. See, yes, but it makes me ever more out of date, and an hour and a half later, I'm kind of out of it. Apparently, Russia claims they were the ones who blown the bridge right there, but I'm not sure if that's indeed what has happened. In other news, Serhiy Leshchenko, who's an advisor to Zelensky's chief of staff, one of the
siren
advisors
alert
to
update.
Zelensky's chief of
Donetsk.
staff,
All clear.
is saying that
Kharkiv.
tonight there's
All
going to
clear.
be great news
This
from
message has
President
been
Zelensky
generated
on
with
the
municipal data.
counter-offensive operation in the Kharkiv region. Now, if he's not well informed, I don't know who is. And we keep hearing that from every single Russian Z Telegram account, that there is no panic in Balaklia. There is no panic in Balaklia. I think they are probably correct, since they're using the present tense, that presently there is no panic anymore, because all the panic has run away out of Balaklia, or been reintegrated into the food chain locally. If you catch my drift in use Axel's words.
So the situation might be entirely calm there.
Could very well be. I have no information to the contrary. But then again, I have no information either way anyway, so who knows? I have to speculate wildly and irresponsibly, because instead of someone coming up, they are ignoring me entirely, which is how it is. And Antti, I think we'll be stuck discussing history. For a lack of more present information, I think the best thing we can do is to revert back to information that has been well established for many decades, if not centuries, and learn things from that. Antti, is there any chance that we might see somewhere, perhaps, with some Wagnerites, or perhaps some Vidivi playing the role of hussars, some sort of an homage to the Battle of Karanshebes? This is a pop quiz for Antti, the military historian.
Did you say something after the Battle of Harasayevich?
No, Karanshebes.
Karanshevich. Did you say something after that? Because it looked like that you broke up for me, but maybe you didn't.
I'm sorry. What I was saying is that this is a pop quiz for Antti, the military historian.
Well, this leads to a very awkward situation where I have to admit publicly that I don't recall that battle at present. So you're going to have to teach me.
I will jog your memory. It was in present-day Romania, I think, possibly present-day southern Romania, a battle between the Austrians and the Austrians, in which the Ottomans claimed victory, because an advanced party of the Austrians got into a fight with a later party of the Austrians, because they thought one of them was the Ottomans, and they killed a lot of each other, and then more Austrians killed more of the other Austrians. Language difficulties didn't help, because there is a very multinational contingent, as per always with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And then the Turks arrived 2 days later and claimed victory over a battlefield of a lot of dead Austrians. Did that help?
Yes, that helped quite a lot. I think we've already seen some of that, but when defeat is not only fast approaching, but apparently very tangible already at present, I wouldn't be surprised to see more what we might call friction within the ranks of a defeated military, where morale was bad to begin with, and especially if there's a, shall we say, if an argument ensues over who takes custody of washing machines, I think that might be the best indication that total collapse of morale is at hand when these forces start fighting over that which is most precious to them.
Well, exactly. And who would you think would play the role of the Hussars here? A VDV company returning from from the first to maybe the second or third lines, and the Russian thinking it might be Ukrainians and killing them. That would be the correct, the most direct comparison, right?
There is, Domen, a third possibility. The possibility is that Wagnerites and VDV get into an argument, and the argument is solved in a way that there is no one left to argue anymore, and then the Chechens arrive on the scene, because there is at least anecdotal evidence to suggest that Chechens might be used in the same way that NKVD forces were used by the Soviets during World War II, which is to
barrier troops.
Yes.
Absolutely. What I want to note real quick on this actually is Kadyrov came out and said that he's in fact not stepping down from his post, even though he said he would like 3 days ago, and that very annoying TikTok video that got shared really massively because he has his duty to uphold office and whatever. So, in other words, anybody asking me about Kadyrov can stop, because nothing is happening. And you heard it here first, that it was all going to be a big old nothing burger, and that's exactly what that turned out to be. Sorry, you jogged my memory since you mentioned Chechens, and I had to get that out all day.
Do you feel better now?
I do. Would you like to hear some good news, Antti?
Well, actually, I was kind of hoping you would discuss what's going on in Kosovo. But I mean, good news is almost like a substitute.
Because very little is. But I have good news, and good news from Nova Kakhovka. Many of you listeners might remember that a few days ago we reported that the road bridge section of the bridge across the lock that's next to the dam at Nova Kakhovka is there no more. As of today, satellite imagery has been published. Thank you very much, Mockers, for digging that out for me, demonstrating that the rail bridge running parallel to the road bridge across the lock at Nova Kakhovka is no more either. That stuff is going to be up in the nest momentarily. There you go. Special Herson Cat reported yesterday additional strikes in Nova Kakhovka in the area of the lock dam sort of bit, and that's probably what took out the rail bridge as well. So the rail bridge is also out. There is no more connection physically between the left bank of the Dnipro at Nova Kakhovka and the dam at Nova Kakhovka. So that's out permanently for good. Now, I do wonder, and maybe if one of our friendly ex-military engineers, such as, for example, David, would wish to jump up and maybe tell us a little bit about bridging equipment, if you could park one of those tanks with a scissor bridge next to there and put that across the gap, perhaps, maybe that's a way. I don't know how the roadway looks like either side, or across the dam, of course, because that has been hit quite a lot, I believe, as well. However, I'd be curious to hear if there are alternate possibilities other than Russia just keeping using these pontoon ferries and barge ferries and other methods of crossing the Dnipro. Of course, we've heard many reports of many of those getting hit as well. So it's all right, really. It's all right. Ukrainians are interdicting the Russians' invaders' capacity to resupply their forces on the right bank of the Dnipro as we speak, and very consistently. Thank you very much, David. We'll get David to talk about that soon. Now, Antti, do you remember any other cases of impossible logistics, resupply lines being key in military history to deciding a battle, deciding a war, even perhaps. Other than Stalingrad.
Well, I mean, if you go back to to the medieval times, it was actually quite normal that military campaigns that have been began with great fanfare and with a vast host of troops had to be suspended or cancelled because one, there might not have been enough accumulated funds to actually pay all the troops, or two, which was almost as likely that supplies were simply not enough for any sort of army. And though in this period military logistics were much more primitive than they are today, even by Russian standards. And usually in those days, especially if we look at the 100 Years' War, the only way where you could actually guarantee, or not guarantee, but you might be more certain of logistics working to a certain extent would be that if you were actually advancing near a network of rivers and you had barges set up and you actually had control of the river, which meant that you could float supplies alongside the advancing army, because in other cases using, well, basically ox carts would often not be enough, and instead the troops would be forced to rely on whatever they could loot from the civilian population. And I mean, I think one great big example is the way the English planned their military campaigns on the mainland of France all throughout this period. Most of the time, when they made great plans of launching offensives with great armies in France, most of these attempts would wither and die because one, they might not get enough shipping to actually ship the troops on to the other side of the channel, and two, even if they managed to ship some troops on to the other side of the channel, they were unable to keep them in the field long enough to do anything, or much less supply them on the other side, because just like today, I believe it's been said many times on this space already that amateurs amateurs practice military strategy and professionals practice logistics. Though, so yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, perhaps I wasn't too detail oriented, but yeah, I mean, logistics when they work, they affect everything.
So I'm being told some stuff by a friendly listener here about Agincourt, Orléans, as well as Kursk in the Second World War. Antti, what happened at the Battle of Kursk? This should be something in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, this was basically a battle that
and we get to talk about something that's so close to Ukraine as well, just over the border.
Yeah. So basically, at the end of the German counteroffensives after the Soviet advance and Stalingrad, the Germans had basically driven Soviet advance back to mostly solid front, but there was a bulge between Orel and to the north of Kharkiv. Sorry, I don't have a map in front of me, so I can't be more precise. But anyway, there was a bulge in the front that was an obvious target for offensive, and there were actually pleas from the German commander of the counteroffensives, namely Marshal Manstein, to the army group center, that they should assist him in basically liquidating this bulge before Rasputsa arrives, so that they wouldn't have to deal with it after that. But no help came, so the bulge remained, and in the winter and early spring of 1943, that was it was basically there were plans made to liquidate this bulge, and also to keep the initiative in German hands, but also to shorten the front lines and destroy any Soviet offensive reserves, so that they might do offensive operations elsewhere, or perhaps move troops to Italy or even France if the Western Allies decided to invade there. But the issue was that something that might have been feasible towards the beginning of the spring or even late winter began to be much less feasible by the time they actually began the offensive, because within German high command, several recognized that while they were amassing forces, the Soviets were doing the same and doing much more than they ever could. So there was, I mean, I'm sort of boiling things down quite a lot, because it was a huge area of operation, and so.
Gunny's telling me here that something that often isn't discussed with respect to Battle of Kursk is how much the preparations for that on the German side were hampered by the Allied bombing of the Ruhr.
The Ruhr, I believe you.
The Ruhr,
to say.
yes.
But
the river that joins the Rhine at Duisburg, along which there are many coal mines and lots of heavy industry located there in the northwestern corner of Germany, western side of Germany, whatever you want to call it, near Köln and Düsseldorf and all of that. Here we go. Here's Gunny.
Yes.
Could we compare this to the Ukrainians taking out of ammo depots all across the occupied territories of Ukraine by the use of HIMARS? Because at the end of the day, it does much the same thing. It prevents the enemy of having easily accessible industrial.
Doman, mic check.
Hey, sorry, did I keep cutting out? Okay, I'll move. But is this perhaps comparable? I'm saying, to the Ukrainians' use of HIMARS to interdict ammo dumps, because at the end of the day, they do much the same thing: prevent the enemy to have access to industrial products such as munitions and else. Gunny, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting discussion. I've read quite a lot about Operation Citadel, because I used to be a bit of a German tank nerd. What was really interesting was, because the Western powers were bombing the hell out of the German industrial base, it's not really talked about. Everyone focuses on the big tank battles, especially the one around Prokhorovka. But the Germans had real logistical problems right from the get-go. They had a shortage of field artillery, which meant that they had to employ the 88, the famous 88, which was primarily an anti-aircraft system, but they had to use it in a supplementary artillery role. because they simply didn't have enough decent field guns like the FH-18, I think it was. So of course, during an artillery barrage, you're chucking rounds out the barrel, so you tend to get barrel wear. It was even worse back then. There were real problems getting replacement barrels and breeches to the front. They had considerable problems both with putting fighters and ground attack aircraft over, because of course the battle for the Ruhr was by this time really kicking off, and they needed as many squadrons as possible to protect the industrial base. POL was a problem. Petrol, oils and lubricants was a problem. These were either not coming forward fast enough or were being interdicted as the Russians started to launch air-to-ground sorties. So in terms of logistics, it just goes to show you. I mean, the German forces attacking from the south and the north were not insignificant. These have been built up over months and months and months. There was some new kit that the Germans were putting in that wasn't quite ready, but they kept prevaricating about launching the attack. They kept putting it back. It was things like the Panthers weren't really ready for combat. Elephants, the big tank destroyers that the Germans used, both these sort of vehicles weren't at peak efficiency. And the Germans found right from the get-go that logistics were really going to hamper them. I would argue with it being the disaster everyone says. Subsequent kind of in-depth analysis shows that the Germans absolutely panned the Russians in terms of tank losses and things. But of course, the Russians could replace them. The Germans, kind of couldn't. But it just goes to show you how logistics, it doesn't matter how good your units are, it doesn't matter how elite they are, and there were some elite German units involved in this. A tank still needs fuel to run and ammunition to shoot out the big bang stick at the front. And without that, it's just an armoured pillbox for infanteers to kind of take cover behind. So, yeah, we probably are kind of seeing parallels here in terms of what can the Russians get to the front, how badly the logistics train is being interdicted. And as I say, ultimately, a T-90 might look very smart and everything, but if it's run out of fuel, it's just going to be dug in as a pillbox, and a pillbox is easily killed. And these aren't professional soldiers who'll stay and fight. If they run out of fuel, they'll tend to leg it. I saw some more interesting footage today. T-62's running with the engine decks up as well, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, but the weather's not that hot out there at the moment, and yet we still seem to be seeing indications that Russian, certainly the main battle tanks, are having cooling issues with the engine. And again, if you're running a tank with your engine decking up, and you come under artillery fire, great. You might be fairly safe under armor, but nobody's going to be climbing out the turret to close the engine decking, and that just means your engine is going to get trashed by frag. So that was quite interesting as well. But it's worth looking at Citadel, actually, just to see how much logistics counts in something like this, and how you can really screw with someone's mind if you start hitting their lorries and stuff on the road, bringing the goodies up to the front.
Thank you, Kenny. Antti, go ahead, and then we have Mark. Antti.
Yeah, I mean, it is very true that the Allies struck the German military industrial machine where it really hurt, because the Ruhr Valley was essentially the place where that was critical to the whole German war effort. And actually, as one additional result of these very effective bombing campaign was that there was actually a couple of German industrial tycoons who actually committed suicide, because when they saw the results of the Ruhr bombings, they realized that they could never be able to sustain the the war economy in a level where they could actually fight the war in any sort of successful way. And to the citadel, I would one thing I would notice that yes, indeed, the logistics issues played a part in why the beginning of the German offensive was delayed for so long. But one other part was, I mean, we could probably be talking about this all day, but one other issue was that the commander of the northern part of the attack, Model, was actually didn't really like the idea of the offensive at all. So he put up all of these excuses that, oh, I don't have enough infantry, I don't have enough tanks, I don't have enough artillery. But the main reason at least one of the reasons he put up so many reasons why to delay the offensive was that he wanted it cancelled altogether. But he didn't get his wish. Hitler was much too keen on the offensive to let it be cancelled altogether. So instead, what took place rather differently. But those are just two things I wanted to take note of. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mark, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Domin. I have a couple military questions for you, but before I get to that, and I don't...
Sorry, just give it a second because we're getting David up. Okay, now go, Mark.
Okay, but before I get to that, I don't want to create any unnecessary animosity and bad feelings, but can we all agree that of all the avatars, of all the Mirror Report listeners, Gunny wins hands down for hilarity and creativity?
No. Mark, I'm sorry. I think you missed the story when it came out. But the FSB wins hands down for creativity because Gunny has the avatar of the fancy dress pirate who supposedly was behind the assassination of Daria Dugina, Dugin's daughter. That's whom they claim was to blame. A man hiding in the bushes dressed like a pirate. And Gunny merely adopted it because A, pirates are naval, and B, it's hilarious.
Right. And again, hats off for Gunny for picking up on that and making it his avatar. So anyway, the military questions. It's not too far of a reach to conclude that the Russian forces, maybe 15,000, along Kherson. I mean, they're effectively trapped with all their equipment. That, they're trapped. I know there's a lot of fighting and dying to go on, but is that fair enough to conclude that may be a reasonable outcome?
We've been saying that for months since we saw Russians reinforce their occupied territories west of the Dnipro. No one with a functioning brain understood why they would do that, considering they were not able to sustain them. It's coming to our attention, it's coming out into the public that not only did they try to reinforce Kherson, but they were actually looking to begin another assault on Odessa and Mykolaiv. So they doubled down on stupid, basically. And they have 1/5 of their army in Ukraine is west of the Dnipro. It's very bad news. It's something that was it was something that was we've been calling for a long time. We had our 4D chess advocates who were like, no, the Russians, you just don't know what they're going to do. Very special. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. They're going to get stuck and die is what they're going to do, right? There's no way to resupply. Their forces have been attrited, huge casualties. West of the Dnipro is it's just a matter of time and up to, as we know, the Ukrainians have 4 distinct thrusts. They're carving off the Russians into pieces, smaller pieces to digest more easily. And It's great news. We did get some chatter on the Signal chat there. I wanted to come in. I saw people saying that a lot of doubting Thomases trying to figure out what's going on in Kharkiv and discussing how this can't be. You know, they would only do this if they could, if they had the southern Opcom South, or whoever said it, that's the only way they could do it. Absolutely untrue. That's just a definite failure or misunderstanding of tactics or anything strategic. There's nothing in doctrine that says that the Ukrainians can't exploit Russian vulnerabilities in the north because they have backfilled their southern command with people from the north. The Ukrainians took advantage of it. That's what decentralized command does with good leaders. It allows you to think on the fly, change a plan, adopt, initiate a plan sooner. And that's what the Ukrainians have done. All in all, it shows that there is a huge separation in skill between the Ukrainian planners and the Russian planners. They're not thinking. They're they're on the back foot, and they're trying to course correct by taking forces from the north and put them in the south, and now they're losing in the north as well. It's a good sign.
Yeah, Yehuda, thank you for that. Now let's talk about maybe tripling or quadrupling down on dumb. I mean, there's been video recently of train loads of Russian heavy equipment going across the Crimean Bridge, not the Kherson, but the Crimea Bridge. Is it far too much, far too hopeful to think that if and when Ukraine takes over the Kherson region, that essentially all the forces in Crimea would be effectively trapped? I mean, if they, when Ukraine could take down that Crimean Bridge, I mean, I think the Navy is pretty much neutralized. Does Crimea become the next major trap for Russian forces and equipment?
I wouldn't say so. I've said it before. I don't think Crimea is the next target, the next objective. I think Kharkiv, cutting off the land bridge, putting up a guard against Crimea, and then finishing off the Russians in Donbass, which could take a long time. That's more important than Crimea at this moment. But in the meantime, Ukrainians can, conduct deep fires in Crimea. They can target Russian positions in Crimea if they've moved their boats and if they've moved their aircraft. They've done that for a reason, because they know they're vulnerable. There is this hokey belief that the glorious Third Army Corps will save the day. I doubt it. So they might end up moving those vehicles back. But Putin's not one to lose, because he's supremely confident in his failure. So that could all be destroyed. Who knows? They don't have enough infantry as it is. So all of these, if they're BMPs, and they want to have one or two people per BMP and drive around all showboating, that's fine. But it's going to be more of the same. Ukrainians have a strategy. Their technology now is better, and they'll get more of the platforms with better technology. They'll hit the Russians in the deep battle, the close battle, and all the while they'll be reinforcing themselves in the rear. So it's this is how we fight. The Russians are using, I don't even want to call it World War II strategies. They think that because they're Russian and they show up on the battlefield, that's enough. Well, we've seen almost a decimation now of at least 3 full brigades in northern Kherson Oblast, the 10th, the 11th, the 126th, naval infantry, combined arms brigades. These guys are toast. What are they going to do? And those are the good guys. Wait till they get to the DNR clowns that are waiting around, right? So there's not much to talk about. I mean, I think the next reasonable bet people could make is count down to total collapse or a rout. Or just falling back to Donbass, because that's a position they've held for 8 years. So that's a position that, God, you'd think after 8 years they'd know how to defend that properly. But I mean, we saw professional, quote unquote, professional Russian soldiers controlling Kherson Oblast there for 4 months, and they had revetments and defensive battle positions look like they just got there yesterday. So, I mean, if anything in the Donbass is like what we saw in Kherson, Russians are in trouble there too, in the short term as opposed to the long term. Yeah, I hope that answers your question, Mark.
Yeah, it sure does. And just before I go, I want to give both Yehuda and Domin and the other co-hosts personal thanks for keeping the space going. Domin, I swear I get on sometimes at 4 o'clock in the morning here, and at 6 o'clock in the afternoon you're still on, enthusiastic. And Yehuda, I've learned that you're one of the originators of the report. So thank you for that. And I want to thank you for your sacrifices, Yehuda. And I know you're making a lot of personal sacrifices to keep this going. But Yehuda, one of my finest moments I've listened to here was when you were hot micing once a couple months ago, and you had a baby in your lap. You were trying to explain some complicated military issues. In the meantime, I think your mother-in-law barged in, and you kind of told her, "Listen, I'm busy here. Leave me alone." But and I say that just because of just acknowledging everything you're trying to manage all at the same time. So again, thank you for your efforts. Thank you for your sacrifices.
Thanks, Mark. You know, I have 2 young toddlers, and it's tough, and a Ukrainian wife and a Ukrainian mother-in-law, which is tougher. But the truth is that if it wasn't for the work of people like Doman and Axel and the whole group of people that do so much work, not just on the radio here, but on behind the scenes. These are people that do work. Audio engineers, we've got Tyler, we've got Edward and Donnie, and they're just, it's like the what do you call them? Christmas elves, I call them. Like they're the elves in the workshop. They're not small, but I'm just saying they're just really, really hardworking. They do so much, and they keep it. Yeah, you know what? I'm doing a little less in terms of on the radio. We're doing a little bit more behind the scenes and doing a lot of coordination with the Ukrainian government. Actually, I'm going to segue into the next thing we're doing, but freeing me up has been really indispensable. I couldn't do it without them, and it's really, there's no such thing as teamwork like this that I've seen. It's incredible because everyone does it for free. And that's what's amazing about it, right? I mean, you know, there was a time I was doing 12, 14 hours a day, holding a baby in my arms. At the time, it was 1.5, and it was tough. But thank God for these fellas and girls and guys and Carolyn and Victoria times 2. We've got a lot of people that come and really help out. And it's a team, and the audience is a team too, because if it wasn't for you guys tuning in, the algorithm wouldn't kick in the way it does. And we're getting a big crowd that's all organic. You know, when we had the other iteration, sometimes money was spent by a person and it ginned up the crowd. But this is all people who want to hear it. It's not, in fact, sometimes the Maria Report doesn't show up on people's screens, but yet people still find us. And so we want to thank everyone for the continued support. It makes those hours worth it, because we know that it's helping people navigate the information space, and it's super important. I do want to jump in real quick. I'm going to just give a little update. We're working directly, or myself initially, and I've tied it into Maria Report and also Maria Aid, with Ministry of Veterans Affairs in Ukraine. Now, it's a huge ministry, and it's not a nothing burger. The ministry is really important because you have to understand, in Ukraine, you could be a 20-year-old and you can have your leg blown off by 21, and you got to go back home. And the government, the country needs that person being productive again and working. So the Ministry of Veterans Affairs is sending microloans, money, $700, $800 to help these veterans kind of like do something. And if they have a small business, they provide all sorts of support and psychological. But because of the war, a lot of their funding is cut, because they obviously need to buy things. So there is a country, and they have to buy weapons. So there is a country left to live in. And so Ministry of Veterans Affairs has a Ukrainian Veterans Foundation they've set up. Natalia is the director of that. She's the boss. She's also a very good friend of mine. And she's someone that I work offline with for quite a bit, actually. Probably spend more time on the phone with her now. than being here, because we're helping to organize support for Ukrainian veterans. And obviously, there's even there's Ukrainian women veterans as well facing significant challenges and differences, and those who are the victims of unfortunate sexual violence by Russian genocidal maniacs. So there's a lot of support that they require, and we're doing something to help Maria Aid help them, because again, we don't collect money at Maria Report. So if you are interested, we're going to have Natalia on the space. If you are interested and you'd like to help out, help Ukrainians build their future, because I'm not saying I expect a total victory tomorrow, but I think that's where we're going. And these veterans are veterans now, and they're injured. Remember, 6 months have been going on, so there are people that once they recover, they want to contribute to their country, and their country can't do everything that they can for them, in full, because they're fighting a war. So a lot of organizations like ours, we're going to step up. We're actually the first to do it with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs in Ukraine, and we're going to get Natalia in. And if you could, I know, hate asking, but I don't have shame for this, because Ukraine needs our help. If you want to donate anything to the rehabilitation of veterans and injured people, and help them get back on their feet again, it's not a lot of money. That the grants are only $700, but if you could donate to Maria Aid and in the message say, for Veterans Affairs Ukraine, or for Veterans Affairs Natalia, something that lets the people at Maria Aid know that money's for them, I'd really personally appreciate it. I have a very good relationship. Natalia's also worked at Come Back Alive in the past, and now she's doing this specifically and solely. She's well connected throughout all of Ukraine, from different ministries to the president's office. John Spencer, if you recall John Spencer, she's actually one of the fixers I sent John to get like the supreme access, full access to whatever he needed to write his book. So this woman is like a superstar. She's like a Jason Bourne meets like bureaucrat meets. She's super uber competent, and we love her. I love her. She's a great woman, and she's taking the mantle all on herself. She's got a team of about 10 people. We're bringing them to Washington, so we're going to fund that as well. I already have pretty much funded that. I did make a call out for people who are in the Washington area who can host. These are members of the Ukrainian government. You remember the photographs from Azovstal, from Mariupol, the mother of the soldier who's in captivity in Russia. She's bringing all of the photographs. They're going to show them to the Congress and hopefully to the White House. And so this is this type of stuff she does. If you can find it in your heart, you are able, even 10, 50 bucks, whatever, if you could send it to Maria Aid, and in the message this time, put for Veterans Affairs UA for Ukraine, that would be great. And we're gonna have Natalia on the show today. She said she'd make time when I call, but this is a huge thing. So we're not just doing the information campaign. We're not just we didn't rest on our laurels. When I was able to get back up, I went and did something else that's productive as well. This is super productive. It's all important. I have, because of my contacts, just more access to different people. So I branched off to start doing this. So now, working with Veterans Affairs, we can do one thing. Working with the doctors for medical support, we can do another thing. There are all sorts of great things that we can do as a team, and we can't do it without one another. So although I do appreciate it, Mark, it's tough when you have kids, but with this team, if it wasn't for everyone here burning midnight oil, we just really wouldn't be here. So I want to thank everyone on the team, and a tip of the hat. And I do appreciate it. MariaAid.org. And if you want to put for Veterans Affairs UA /Natalia, then they'll know, and we'll have Natalia in. Thanks so much for that. Sorry for going on a different topic for a bit. And thanks again for being here at Maria Report. Doman, was it George or David up next?
We had David up next. Yehuda, I don't know if you saw this, but the railway portion of the bridge across the lock at Nova Kakhovka has also collapsed since, just by the way.
Yeah, I thought it was unusable anyway from a couple days ago, but if it's collapsed, that's too bad.
Yeah, the road portion collapsed a couple of days ago, and now the railway portion of the bridge has also collapsed. Just FYI. David.
I know. What I'm saying is that I heard that even as of 2 days ago, that the
Oh,
rail
it was,
had
yeah.
collapsed. It was unusable, but now you're saying it's a collapse on top of it.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Good news.
Yes.
All right. Thanks.
Anyway, Yehuda, I'd like to thank you for nearly killing me just now when you told me that you had heard that they were planning on an assault to Odessa. I was drinking at the time, and I put my tea all over my computer. So thank you very much for that. Yes, exactly. That's genuine sorrow.
No, it's just incredible, like they really I don't, what planet are they on, not only are we getting smacked, let's attack Odessa. Great job, buddy.
Which is exactly the thing that went through my head. I mean, what? Right. Gone.
And then
right,
Warsaw.
Yes, no, exactly.
I think you had brought that up. I think you did mention that. You wondered if they weren't fixing for that, right? Was that you?
Oh, it could. I wax lyrical about many things, but I can't. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Let's leave it out there.
Fair enough.
Yes. Right. Anyway, Doman. So, do you want to ask your question, and then I'll say what you're going to say, and then I'll.
I was asking David half an hour ago if Russians can deploy some sort of a scissor bridge off of a tank over that gap and use that as a temporary measure, get some trucks across, collapse it back up, and use that since their pontoon ferries are all getting blown up as well.
So to answer your question, so it all depends on the footing, right? So the bridge has gone in. What we don't know is the damage to the footing. So we know the gap is around about 15, 18 meters. Right, so they could deploy a bridge over it, a mobile, an armored vehicle bridge that will go over it. That would go over. But what we don't know is what the quality of the footing is, right? In normally, let's just say this is you were putting this over a small river, for instance. Be really easy to sort out what the footing is like, and you might even be able to dig out bits on one side or whatever. Or what would happen is this is quite heavy. It fits into the ground, sinks into the soil, and that gives it some purchase. But when it's concrete, and what we don't know is the damage to the edges, it may still be possible, or it may not be possible, depending on how much damage they've got. What they could do, though, is they could just cut away large parts and do what they've done previously, which is just stick some rebar in and put a whole load of quick-drying cement on it. How long that would last and how well that would hold up against a what's a T-72? I think they're and it all gets confusing when you talk about short tons. Let's talk about a normal European ton, 45 tons or whatever a T-72 is. So that would be quite a bit of pressure on there, but I reckon it would be doable. The only thing is that as soon as they start putting it in, you're just going to entice someone to blow it up again, aren't you? So once again, they're in the same position as they have with the pontoons, is that, sure, put it in, and because they always seem to be that dumb that they put it in 5 days in advance of when they want to use it, so it will just get blown up.
I think that the cement might not dry before the Ukrainians can hit it again, no?
So quick drying cement, the sort of stuff they use in for airfields, right? So which need to be repaired within 2 hours or something like that. So that dries pretty quickly. But having the strength to take it properly,
does it cure in a day?
Yeah, well, there's the question, right? And what we're really talking about, would it cure and dry enough to take 45 tons? I'm of the I doubt it.
Times 10.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Versus a jet, which is touch and go. What's the surface area of a jet?
No, exactly, right. Except you don't want any movement in it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and I get so possible, depending on how they did it, right? So in a day, or what they could do is they could just repair that area and leave it 2 days and then put the bridge in, and it probably would have cured by then. Quick drying cement does dry pretty quickly. It's not a permanent fix though, right? So if they wanted to try it, I'm sure they've got loads of the bridge laying kit out there. They just keep on filling it up until they've dammed that part of it.
They can make a dam with all their pontoons. That's funny.
No, exactly. Yeah. But I mean, the thing is it's all ranged in, isn't it? I would, because I've thought for ages that there was no point breaking serious infrastructure like this. There's many other ways they could do this. So if anyone got over that side, they could just put more holes along the edge and just make it almost impossible for them to put anything in. I mean, the HIMARS is going to leave, 2 meter, 3 meter holes, probably a meter and a half down as well if that's a tarmacked area, right? So you could make it to a point where it would be impossible for them to put something over.
But David, the big planning consideration here is that all of their offensives are planned on the army level and up. You can't plan a move, an advance like this. You can't plan a road move where you're just hoping that the quick dried cement is good enough, and then the Ukrainians haven't planned. This is about a week out, right? It's a minimum to do this kind of move.
Exactly.
This could be an ad hoc, I don't know if engineers have something called a hasty bridge, like we have hasty attacks, but you can't plan this, right? So it almost is for naught, because I would think that from the person who has to plan that out, or the group of people planning that out way up top there, how can they be like, well, hopefully the Ukrainians won't destroy all of these, which they probably will, right? So it's almost like, helter-skelter. If there's an engineering asset there, and they're like, okay, we could do this, we just want to move this company over, but I can't see them doing it on any sizable scale, just because of the planning considerations.
No, exactly. And here's the other part: you have to take into account what the other side is doing as well, isn't it? And currently, they're hitting things incredibly accurately. So you'd have to ask yourself. Here's the question to you, Yehuda: would you even try it? Would you, given the accuracy with which this thing is? So why would you try?
No,
right?
Not even. If it was me on the other side, I'd be like, I know that the minute those foundations are down, or the footing, and then we move up the equipment, we're going to be on the radar. So if I'm tasked with getting a divs or a brigade's worth of heavy equipment over a bridge, I can't rely on that bridge.
Yeah, no, exactly, right? So at which point you're sort of recognizing you've written it off. Now, so then here's the other question. Then if we're going to play this game, right, so at the point where, let's just say the Russians start legging it, or they're told to leg it, there probably won't be, but they are. How do they get people over, and what do they do? So I've got a very good idea here. So what would be your consideration then of what you would want over the river? What's the important thing for you?
Well, I mean, the things that I'd want, we can't. If I was a Russian, I wouldn't be able to get over it, right? It would have to be. First off, I'd want to move as much air defense as I could up close to the river as possible to limit Ukrainian air. That would be, the best thing you could do. HIMARS, there's nothing to do against the HIMARS, right?
Can't protect from it, can you?
You can't protect from it. What are you going to build? Unless you want to build 1,000 pontoon bridges and figure they don't have enough HIMARS to strike them all at the same time. If the Americans were to backfill fast enough, you'd have to just go in sheer volume. So this is the only thing that they have left to play is the dismount. The only thing they have to play west of the Dnipro is some kind of dismount magical, fantasy victory. I mean, there is no play west of the Dnipro. I said it.
Yehuda, what does that mean? What's a dismount? Getting off a horse out of a lorry? What is that?
Infantry on the foot, legged infantry, meaning like they're not going to, they're not going to be able to do some mechanized counterattack. They don't have the equipment now, and they don't have the mobility, right? Because every Ukrainian brigade there are, instead of usually in the way we set up our structures, our ORBATs, we would have an anti-armor platoon in a brigade, maybe, right? Or a battle group. You don't have an anti-armor company. They have like anti-armor regiments now. Everyone's got a javelin. Not everyone, but a ton of people. Much more, because they're so plentiful, right? That's one of the reasons we don't have them everywhere, because they're expensive and there are a lot of them. And I mean, you need a lot of them to do the thing. So I've seen videos of Ukrainians using sophisticated anti-armor on soft skin vehicles, on BMPs. When you can light up a BMP a lot of ways, you want to save that for a main battle tank. But they've got so many. They're hitting the main battle tanks and they're hitting the armored personnel carriers. So that leaves the Russians pretty much left fighting hand to hand with a rifle, is what I mean, by dismount, right? And they don't stand a chance against a mechanized battle group. They just don't. The only play they have is to get out. The only play they have is to leave the area west of the Dnipro. That would be the smartest play they could do. Sticking it out. Now, I suspect that, I'll tell you something. The Ukrainians have, I always said there's about 25,000. I will brag about that. I said there's 25,000 west of the Dnipro. A lot of people say, no, it's only 15, or it's 10 plus maybe another 5 or 7 or 8. I was, I had on good authority, there's at least 25. And now we know that they were trying to get Odessa. So the garrison at Kherson is stacked right now with troops. There's a garrison in Kherson that is stacked with troops. And that's where they've fallen back to. They need to isolate that and basically starve them out, or get them to expend their ammunition, because God knows what they'll do to the city. But this amount of troops, without effective artillery, without air, with their armor and their mechanized infantry vehicles, their IFVs getting smashed up, it just leaves a soldier. And they're not. That's no match for what the Ukrainians have there. The Ukrainians right now are really systematically parsing, dividing up the Russian forces that are west of the Dnipro, and they're destroying them in short order. That's the plan. They'll go slow. They don't have to go fast. I give them. They could have done this probably in a week if they went, full Monty here. But they have another 2 weeks before heavier rain and more inclement weather presents itself, and at that point, that will screw the Ukrainians over, in the sense they're conducting the offensive, and they don't want to be limited to MSRs or roadways or just having to go down a highway. Right now, they have that freedom to go over dry, open fields. And there's another important thing to remember: it's not all dry, open fields. In that region, in west of Kherson City, there are huge drainage ditches. Drainage ditches. For farmland, you don't want water sitting on your crops, obviously. So they have drainage ditches that are sometimes 20 meters wide. It's almost like it smells like open sewers, right? And the Ukrainians need to get to where they want to get to before there's a big gong show in the terrain. So I suspect they've given themselves a good amount of time. They've given themselves almost 4 weeks to do a job they could have done in a week, maybe. They're going bit by bit. They're minimizing their casualties in order to maximize the effect on the Russian positions to gain the territory they need to. So I suspect that within, I was going to tell, there is a bit of room-int going on. I don't like saying it, but I'm pretty accurate. I'm pretty sure it's accurate, rather, and that is there are portions of the southern front of the Ukrainian offensive that have already made it to the outskirts of Kherson City. They are protected by these impassable drainage ditches, so there's corridors in which they can move, lanes in which they can move, and they've probably taken advantage and exploited something, because apparently the Russians cleared several minefields in that area because of their pending attack on Odessa and Mykolaiv. So the Ukrainians saw that, took advantage of it, and instead of the Russians being able to use that corridor as a counter-move avenue, the Ukrainians just said, F that. This is one of those times where we need to seize the initiative. We'll come up that corridor, thank you very much. And now the Russians are pretty much screwed there. Now, usually battle groups don't like to move up in an asynchronous fashion like that because they're worried about their flanks. But because the terrain is naturally canalizing for the enemy, they're able to do that. They're able to use their obstacles to their advantage and get to a position which puts them really close to the enemy objective. And also, I mean, their objective, which is the enemy. And also, when enough of the forces, Ukrainian forces from the north and center, pivot and start flanking south, or right, they're flanking from the left, they're going south from the Ukrainian perspective. That's when you'll see the remainder of the southern forces of Ukraine, the southern command, the southern sector there, push eastwards towards Kherson. So you're going to have a very tight noose. I don't know if you can picture that in your head.
I can. And what you've told me is it's pretty much too late for them to get their troops out, isn't it? So initially I was thinking if we're thinking of the Russian side, is that their only option was to leave everything and just get their people across the river, right, in whatever that route that way was. I think I've said it before. They've with about I call them the pontoon ferries. You use a ferry like a pontoon like a ferry. You put 4 sections together. You put 75 to 120 people on one of them, and you ferry them over. If you were getting around about 6 miles an hour out of it, you'll make it a bit difficult for artillery to hit you, especially if you've got someone who's just moving randomly and just take your troops over. But when your troops, the Ukrainian troops, are so close to the river, then they're just huge targets, right? You're sitting on a flat pontoon and someone opens up with a machine gun on you.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I'm not trying to sound like a smarty pants, but if it wasn't for watching 5 months or 4 months at that point of Russian strange behavior, let's call it, I know what we do. It's kind of my job. Well, it is my job, or it's what I did for the last 4 years, on a divisional level, and I know what we do, but when I saw, to be honest, when this thing all kicked off, I just assumed the Russians do doctrine like they teach us that in staff colleges that they teach us that they do, which is fight a certain way. So, in the first few months, I'm just trying to make excuses for the Russians. Maybe they didn't know, bad intelligence, but it just never seemed to get better. So they never seem to have the ability to course correct, to adjust, to say, hey, wow, holy cow, Ukrainians aren't weak. No, boom, we're going to just go to our battle drills. We're just going to do what we're trained to do. But it just seemed that they weren't trained to do anything. So every time there were stories or rumors or confirmed movements of Russian troops west of the Dnipro, every single one, I said, that's unit, that's gone. That's gone. That one's done. It's not coming back. It's done. And why did I think that? I thought it because I realized the Russians have this just strange, vainglorious, and delusional view of their capabilities that they just don't see. Like, they would have never put them there if they hadn't intended to move them. If they had intended, rather, to move them. So in other words, I've learned to I've learned to incorporate horrible strategy into my assessment of a situation vis-a-vis the Russians. I'm just like, that's they do these dumb things for whatever reason. I'm not a psychologist, but they this is how they've been conducting themselves. They generally just throw more of things. And that's why I assume that's why they take these huge risks. Now add HIMARS, and the world's changed. So I think that's one thing that maybe they will course correct eventually. But the reality is the big difference here is those HIMARS. Those HIMARS are stopping all that heavy armor to get to where it needs to go. That's exactly what's happening. It's not just ammo. It's not just fuel. They've been going for units for the last 3 weeks now, 2.5 weeks. So the Russians can't just throw tanks and tank after tank after tank because they don't have them, but they have a ton of dismounts there. They got a ton of dismounted infantry, but they're getting chopped up like liver. I don't like chopped liver. Anyway, David, let's get to some other hands. I think George or Gunny.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I sent both to Yehuda and to Doman. It looks like that there's a small little village near that town, the one I can't pronounce. It begins with a B. In that Kharkiv area, and looks like they liberated that, and they're moving slowly to liberate the larger town. I want to ask Yehuda, like, so we hear that Putin's now directing the war. He's become his own professed Napoleon, right? At what point does somebody just pull the rug from under his feet? Someone in Russia that just realizes that, this is not working. Obviously, the other stupidity was they remember sanctions aren't working. Now they cut off the gas till sanctions are lifted. Well, why are you cutting off the gas if sanctions weren't working? I mean, there is no strategy. They're just plugging away here. Pretty much it seems aimlessly. How long do you think, Yehuda, till someone just deep sixes this guy?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, we guessed this before. We talked about this, talked about that, and I don't think it. I mean, it doesn't matter. So it's the posture of the Russians. Even if he's there, what if someone comes in who's just as crazy and says this, that, and the other? Do I think he can last at this rate forever? No. I think there will be. As a much smarter person, Major General Chapman, the British Army, retired, gave an interview and he said, slow, small victories can lead to fast, large victories. What's that critical point? What's that threshold? It all depends on the enemy at this point, right? I mean, certainly it cannot feel very good from the Russian perspective to know that you've reinforced a ton of people into Kherson, and now the Ukrainians are taking advantage of you in Kharkiv. Like, that's got to piss you off, right? You've seen there's 10 square kilometers in one day that was gained by the Ukrainians, that exposing the road to Liman. That's Ozerne. Ozerne was retaken yesterday. That's 10 kilometers squared in one day. Vice, the Russians taking a small village, Miturska, after 4 days. Those were all Wagner and VDV. I mean, they know that they're not doing well. They know that the Ukrainians. How do they know? They don't even need to hear on the radio. They can see the Ukrainians. So, in every position, you're starting to see all the cracks form in the Russian lines, and these cracks are leading to penetrations by the Ukrainians. They are doing what they were trained to do. They're doing what they train themselves to do. That they know that if they can exploit a weakness, they're going to do it, because those weaknesses add up, and the morale of the Russians starts to collapse. So, I'm pretty. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty confident the Russians in Kherson, west of Dnipro, know they're cooked, because they know they don't hear. You don't miss guns firing. They know their guns aren't firing, and they know the Ukrainians are firing at them, and they know that in some cases they don't have water, they don't have ammunition. What are they going to do? I'd say give it a week. Give it a week. I think Kherson, the forces in Kherson, will there'll either be a big surrender or they'll be they'll fight it out and lose. Hope that answers.
Thanks. Thank you, Yehuda.
You're welcome. Gunny had a question.
No, I'm just soaking all this up. Cheers, Yehuda. That's a really good brief. Actually, could there be any parallels with Stalingrad? Do you think that they'll try and do a Stalingrad and just dig infanteers in and try and hold that side and then stick loads of artillery other side of the river, and then maybe try and run night resupplies across the river? That kind of thing. I mean, that could be quite brutal, couldn't it? If they just run small craft back and forth just with, just ammunition and just try and fight it out in the city.
So they could try that, but the reason why they can't do it is because they don't have artillery. Their artillery's not firing. They don't have the ammunition. East of the Dnipro, they've got the HIMARS is pretty much the deep battle that the Ukrainians were fighting for the last 3-4 weeks has almost silenced their guns. So they don't even have that in their rear to help them. You see what I mean? It's a weird situation. It's a very, very weird situation. Give me one sec here. So what happened is in Stalingrad, you did have the resupply. Eventually, they weren't able to resupply, right? And that's why eventually they lost the Germans. But in this case scenario, they are already using small boats to ferry soldiers. They can't move heavy equipment, and they can't utilize artillery. And slowly but surely, all of the heavy equipment they have west of the Dnipro is being destroyed. So it's turning pretty much into a dismounted fight for the Russians versus mechanized brigades on the Ukrainian side. The question is when. So the Ukrainians are going super slow. I wouldn't say super slow. They're moving very methodically, if that helps.
Yeah, I think also we're seeing the culmination of what we've been seeing over decades. The danger of the mobile phone. I mean, they're operating somewhere. I mean, just think about it. Assuming that you can get some kind of signal with your mobile phone, if you look out your window and you see, say you're in your house, or even if you're just driving along and you see Russian engineers at the riverside, you take a photo, and within 10 minutes, that exact Latin long is going to be probably with a Ukrainian battery commander. I mean, it's just phenomenal when you kind of look back to the Second World War, and you would have to do aerial reconnaissance, or you would have to have eyes on the ground to spot something like that, and then you've got to do a shoot, and you've got to adjust on. So really, you want people, artillery spotters, FCOs, stuff like that. Nowadays, just some woman with a mobile phone takes a photo, geolocates it. The Latin long's already pretty much in the photograph. 10 minutes with a battery commander, he lays the battery, and he's pretty much guaranteed first round hits. Bang, there goes your engineering section. It's just, I think there must be some lessons here to learn about the real difficulties of trying to operate a conventional force when, everyone within a mile of you has a mobile phone, and therefore everyone really, if they're part of a hostile populace, everyone is just a spotter for you, aren't they? You just cannot do anything unobserved, and that's even if they had air superiority, which they don't. So even if people aren't reporting it on the ground, there's going to be a UAV up. Yeah, I mean, it's just trying to conduct military operations, isn't it? With constantly a set of eyes on you. So as soon as you do something, someone knows about it on the up fort, and they start dropping bang stuff on you. You could almost feel sorry for them, except fuck them.
I'm going to grab a call right now, but yeah, no, exactly right, Gunny. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Thank you, Huda. In the meantime, while you grab a call, I'm going to go to... Okay, no hero, if you have a very military thing.
Yes, I do. Actually, Yehuda touched on my question.
Then you should wait for Yehuda, because he's going to be able to answer, and I'm not.
I'll do that.
Ian, if you're a very military-minded question, yes, no?
No, and it was for Yehuda anyway. I think I'll just DM him.
Okay, fair enough. Tom, maybe a bit more psychologically humanities-minded instead of military?
Yeah, it's kind of...
Perfect, you go then.
It relates... So, George asked something about how long is this all going to keep happening before someone wastes Putin. And I think Yehuda had raised the question of why do they keep doing these stupid things? And I think the way I visualize Russia working is that if you don't do what your boss tells you, at best you're going to get fired. There's a possibility you'll go to prison, and there's a possibility you might just get killed. And that comes from Putin all the way down. And so the problem is that as much as there might be people that want to get rid of Putin, you know, if you're a high up guy in the Siloviki, the hard ones, and you say to someone else in the Siloviki, I think Putin's completely lost his mind. He's wrecked our economy. We're never going to recover from this militarily. Finland and Sweden are now in NATO, for God's sake. We need to take this guy out. If you've picked the wrong guy to talk to about a coup against Putin, you're dead. I mean, you are dead. So the problem is, I think, like all the way down the hierarchy, it works the same way, except if you're lucky and you're not dead, you might just go to prison in the gulag, or just get fired and just be in abject poverty for the rest of your life, because probably no one will hire you ever again. And so the whole system, I think, works on people lying to their bosses in order to save their ass, because if they tell the truth to their bosses, they're going to lose their job or go to prison or die. And so this is why me and Tim call it like a pyramid of bullshit, and sat atop it is Putin on his throne of lies, because like each individual person in the system sort of isn't being stupid. They're actually doing exactly the right thing to save their own ass. But what it means is that the system as a whole is just completely ridiculous. So, Domin, where's that airbase that keeps getting bombed? Is it Chernobyv?
Chornobayevka. It's a suburb of Kherson to the west. Let's call it southwest of Kherson.
So Chernobyevka has been bombed how many times? 40? More?
I think 46, but I might be off on my count. I'm sorry. It's a big number. I'm out of toes and fingers.
Really? Someone somewhere is telling people to keep reinforcing that place. And when people are saying, well, we can do that, but you know it's been bombed quite a few times now, the guy's going, I don't care, reinforce it. Because presumably his boss has told him to, you know, hold the line at all costs. And if anyone goes, no, I'm not going to do that, they know what their fate is. So as a result, even though individually everyone's doing the right thing to save their own ass from being fired, going to prison or getting murdered, collectively, it's just utterly stupid. But when they say, how's it going? They say, oh, it's going fine, boss, it's going fine. That filters all the way up to Putin. And then it obviously comes across as though he's irrational, but he's mainly just a psychopath that may be on medication to raise his dopamine levels. So I've got to go because I've got dogs and people. But yeah, that's my view on the things.
Thank you, Tom. I have no idea. I lost my crystal ball again. I'm very sad to report, very sorry to report to everyone. It is how it is. I won't be able to help you with this one. Okay, let's, while we're waiting for you to come back, Erland, if you have a less than incredibly detailed military question, go ahead.
My question was military, but it's more of a comment actually. I don't know if you guys have seen the new footage released yesterday with the drone mount with the two M72 NLAW, not NLAW, but LAW mounted to it.
Which designation did you say they were? Because I had someone very wondering a lot which one exactly they were.
There were some SOF display.
No. I mean the anti-tank guns.
Yeah.
What's the name of the anti-tank gun?
M72 LAW. It's a Norwegian produced.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So you're from Norway. That's why you're familiar with it, because someone was confused.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
It's absolutely genius. And I know this idea has been actually been tinkered with in Kongsberg that makes this this weapon, but they never did it. But it's absolutely genius, and I think it deserves some applause. That's my comment.
Thank you. So these are perfectly recoilless, right?
Yeah. You can barely feel it when you shoot it. It's a little thump, basically. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I was just typing at the same time to the people who were wondering yesterday. Good news from you, Erland. Thank you very much. Yeah, it looks like a pretty good idea. obviously they can. There's a camera on the drone. They can aim it well enough. If it's a big enough target, not too far away, it's going to blow it up, right? That's kind of the point. And that is a really good idea.
I guess any Russian Panzer, like the top hatch of any Russian Panzer, is totally obliterated with that thing.
Exactly. Excellent. Well, I'm glad they're being put to good use, and this is kind of feeds into what Yehuda was saying earlier, that every other guy's carrying a javelin anyway, so they have something to spare to experiment with like this. Right, that they're anti-armor regiments, not just anti-armor companies. Very good. Thank you, Alan. Dryfly, good morning.
Good morning. Wild day. I was just going to comment on what Tom said. I agree with him. It's really hard to look at the tea leaves and figure out what the heck is going on with Putin and why no one has taken him out. And the reasons he gave why that's not the case, the risk to the people individually, and the problems in the structure that Putin has to protect himself. It explains it all. However, I would caution people, caution people not to be too depressed, because the reality is he's playing with fire, and when he goes, we'll probably get no warning. I mean, it's just going to be boom, and he's gone. The people who are opposed to him are not going to telegraph it. In fact, I would argue that the people who are making noise now, like Navalny and this Russian so-called Republican Army, all those, I don't think any of those guys will be the people that will eventually do it. There'll be someone we won't even see coming. It'll come completely out of the blue. That'd be my guess. And one other thing I would make a comment, I'd love you to ask Finance and some of the others, maybe Ryan, who is the energy guy. There's a lot of talk about the Russians cutting off the gas flows. One of the things I've been watching is when they make noise on natural gas, it's almost always when oil prices are low. In other words, they make more money still off liquid petroleum selling to people like India and China than they do selling gas to Europe. So my gut feel is that when they see oil prices drop, that's when they start getting real nervous, because that's really where their funding comes from. And currently, the WTI, the Western Texas Intermediate, is under 90 and has been under 90 for some time. It's like $87 this morning. Now, I know Brent is higher, but it follows. They tend to go in lockstep with each other. So if oil is dropping and their cost to produce it is high, they're getting squeezed more than we know. So it's just something I would love to hear Finance and or Ryan discuss when you see those two guys pop up on the forum again, and I will listen.
Well, Ryan just connected. Also, earlier today, I heard in some news, I don't know how reputable they were, that Saudi Arabia is cutting oil prices for customers in Asia and Europe, which is notable, I think, coming a day after OPEC Plus agreed to a surprise, albeit small, production cut for October. So I don't know how significant that is. Maybe Ryan can tell us a little bit. But basically, they dropped prices by $2 a barrel.
I'm not surprised, but I'll tell you this, is that the WTI right now, like I said, the Western Texas Intermediate is 87 and change. That is low when you consider about a month and a half ago was like 105. So that's a significant drop in a short period of time. That's going to leave a mark on the Russians if their cost of production is something like $60 a barrel, and they're selling it at a discount of 25 to 30% off of Brent. So, I mean, I could see why Putin would want to make a shit ton of noise in the gas market, if nothing else, to stir up the uncertainty and the efforts to try to push up oil. And again, I'll listen to the rest of you guys. Drop out.
Thank you very much, Dryfly. Maybe Ryan can enlighten us a little bit on this. But if you can't really, Ryan, that's fine as well.
Unfortunately, right when I came up to the speaker, I got 2 unexpected phone calls, so I probably missed about a minute of the last 3 minutes of discussion.
That's all right. We'll turn back to oil some later time. We always do anyway. I'm sure that within the hour we will. Prince, good morning.
I'm still working on my coffee, Doman, but I'm going to try to make sense anyway. You know the difference between when I've had my coffee and when I haven't. Good morning.
I ever?
Yeah. Good morning and good evening. And this was truly for Yehuda, but I'm hoping maybe George or David were here when he and Gunny were having the conversation and can confirm what I heard. A few days ago, I brought up the issue of not just getting the ammo across the Dnieper River to supply the Russian troops, but to get replacement hardware like tanks and artillery pieces across the Dnieper River, and that would add to the attrition. And it was sort of dismissed as they're not going to have a problem with that because they can just pop it on a pontoon and roll it across the river. And I don't see that as a possibility, as something that's going to be able to happen easily. So I think that the attrition of the actual equipment, in addition to the attrition of the ammunition, needs to be taken into account as to the problems that the Russians are going to face as far as that's concerned. And that was what I was going to ask Yehuda, but I'm hoping maybe George or David or you, Doman, heard enough of what Gunny and
Prince, I'll tell you this. They are screwed in every way imaginable.
Yeah,
cool.
I was going to say, yeah, remember, what is the one thing that the Russians are having before this battle even started? What is the one thing the Russians are having an issue getting a hold of? Anyone?
Well, they're having to go into their really old stores to get more tanks that were, built forever ago, and those kinds of things.
True. But the thing is, they don't have the human body to drive tanks, pull the triggers, pull the lanyards or whatever on the artillery pieces and things like that. And right now in Kherson, I mean, just even by like the conservative figures, the Russians are losing at least 250 men a day KIA in the Kherson pocket, and they just can't replace those. So yeah, they can pontoon over like an artillery piece or whatever. Now remember, it's slow, so you can't it's slow to do. You might get blasted as you're doing it. But the biggest problem, I think, is they're losing men they cannot replace. They're losing them at a rate they cannot replace right now, and they're going to get to the breaking point. I mean, I would say months ago, Malcolm Nance, who's been on this space, said that he thought that the Russian army would either collapse or wither on the vine by late October. And right now, with the developments in various fronts in Ukraine, that's starting to become a lot more plausible. I don't know if David has anything. I know he's got his hand up, but yeah, I think pontooning just individual equipment isn't going to save them right now. They're just putting more crap in the pocket that's going to wind up either being destroyed or taken.
So I was going to agree with you, Georgia. Pontooning anything over is a complete and utter waste. The only thing they should be doing, and this is where I was trying to sort of alluding to with what's the Russians' most important asset, is their people, basically. They don't have people. I know they keep talking about the Third Army or whatever army it is, or maybe it's the Great High Lord Executioner's army that's turning up or something. It doesn't really matter. They don't have any trained troops. They are utterly screwed. Their only and best option is to leave every single bit of equipment, and as Yehuda was saying, dismounted, get over that river and move, right? quickly. I was talking to some other people a while ago, just going, no, yep, listen, just take your gun, take your rifle, take your ammunition, take fighting order, maybe take some water with you and go, right? And that's the point about the pontoon ferries I was saying, because they're so much quicker. Leave, right? If they did it, if they were able to organise anything, and we've noticed they can't organise anything, so they're utterly screwed. If Yehuda's saying that garrison is full, the more people coming in, where they're going to go, that's just going to become, I mean, that's just one big graveyard, isn't it? They are screwed beyond comprehension.
Yeah, and David, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but it's so crazy because the Russians, right, they went through Stalingrad. You think they remember something from their history. So they're setting up their own Stalingrad right now by pouring more equipment, more resources in what's lost cause. A lot of people don't know this, but there was a lot of arguments in the German High Command of what they were going to do once the German Sixth Army was surrounded, and they were at the point where they had convinced Hitler to actually order a breakout, right, to withdraw west so that at least they could save some of their soldiers. But then Big Fat Goring opened his big mouth and said, oh, don't worry about it, I'll supply them from the air. And of course we all know that was a trickle, what he promised. And that's what's happening here, right, David? It's like some goofballs telling him, oh, we can supply them with these pontoon bridges, which half of them now are at the bottom of whatever river or bayou.
Or many rivers, right?
Many rivers, yes.
The inhalants and everywhere else, right?
Whatever feeder they're at. So, yeah, and the fact that you're going in the wrong direction, like you said, David, like they could sabotage the equipment so at least that way the Ukrainians wouldn't be able to capture it and use it against them. Sabotage the equipment and get everybody they possibly can the hell out of there. But no, they're just feeding the cauldron right now.
And as we know, we've got the Ukrainian troops, and I'll be brief because I can see Gunny's got his hand up. The Ukrainian troops are in the burbs, then time is really running out, right? Because if you're trying to be crossing that river at the point you've got the Ukrainian troops are getting onto the riverbank as well, then that is going to be a deeply unpleasant place.
Yeah, running out of time, ammunition, water, everything. And the fact now that you're hearing they're running out of water and stuff, and the fact that some people are scared that they might try to make a last stand. That last stand ain't gonna last too long.
No, and it sounds as if they're like rabbits in the headlights. If they're all going into a barracks, right? I mean, that's the one place you would probably normally be going, well, hang on, there's a lot of us all in one area.
Okay, at this point, I wish to please ask Slava Ukraini to help me summarize this discussion. Slava Ukraini?
Героям слава. Actually, I came into
Slava? Що по русні?
Русні пизда.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear from you. Okay?
It's new hearing from you, so it's really nice. Thank you.
This adequately summarizes the discussion that George and David just had. Slava, if you want to note anything else, go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to go to Gadi.
Yes. So actually, just few minutes ago, there was interview with the Natalia Humenyuk, who is a press secretary for what is happening on the east and on the south of on the war. So she give some information that actually I was really glad to hear. So she still so cryptic and not a lot of information releasing. She do not give up any like a secrets. It's really good. But what she said, so like a really short. Situation's hard, but controlled by the Ukrainians side. About the pontoons, yes, there was a question about this pontoons, bridges, and other way to Russian trying to like attempting to make like a moves. Ukrainians control everything. Like you gonna try to pontoons, okay, pontoon gonna be destroyed. So like there was a short response to this. About this like soldiers. So what you exactly was saying that Russians does not have like resources. They do not have ammunition because Ukrainians did a lot of the cotton explosions, and there is now not enough the people. And what we saw that there was like a imitation of the movements, like there is trucks moving there this way, then trucks moving this way, and she confirmed we know that this is just a visibility, nothing is moving, this is just for the fun, meaning for the visibility that like a support is coming, your comrades just wait, big support is coming, but nothing is coming, just trucks moving around. So this like was a big confirmation what is happening, because for me it's like I saw all this like on the video, but now it's a confirmation that nothing is coming. It's just for the show for the Russians. It's not just for them just to stay still in the place. Another thing that also videos that we saw that we seen that with the white flags, it confirmed it was released by the Ukrainian side, and this is like a confirmation that this actually was people just giving up, like us surrendering. So this is like and she like hinted that surrendering is happening. So people not even like preparing for the surrendering. So they like I don't know which way, but like she hinted that people are already even in the like still with the Russians, but like they preparing like what to say, how to act, just to surrender without like any like injuries. So this is like she's hinted it that is happening. So just wanted to share it with you because it's like while again making a hot drink for myself, she great interview. So Natalia Humaniuk, great.
That's beautiful news, Slava. Beautiful news.
Thank you. Thank you. And she actually, I did like a small reading on her. She's like maybe a little bit excited, but she's like a really calm, nothing giving up, but like a good. So this is the right way it fits to your like discussions that a few minutes ago you had. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Слава Україні.
Heroin Slava. Actually, thank you for reminding me because I was so excited. I forgot to say it. Thank you.
Gunny.
Yeah, just a quick one. I think we can all forget about the Russians getting armor into the city if it does turn into a bit of a fight for the city. The thing is, despite the Russians having a lot of experience of fighting armor in cities, they've really not kind of absorbed it. You only have to look at NATO tanks to see taking a to do a lot of modification. The Emirates had a good task. The British Army has tried something called, I think it's Street Fighter. And essentially, you really need to buy tanks, otherwise they're just going to get killed in minutes fighting in city areas. You need a lot of extra machine guns, because normally you can't get your main gun to fire up at apartment blocks. You need extra observation devices. You need lots of bar armor, because you're going to be getting RPGs shot at you from all sides. And the Russians just don't have that capability in their armor. They'll be effectively, it's a tank commander will be trying to fight a tank closed down, because the minute he sticks his head out the hatch, some Ukrainians are going to be shooting at him with a rifle, and they're going to be looking at a periscope in a vehicle, unable to really see, and it will just be a massacre. I think reference bridges, the best example I can
see from putting an armoured bridge layer in use is the MTU-72, and that's about 18 metres span. If you double it up, you can get about 30 metres worth. But of course, the problem is if you stick a pontoon bridge across, lay a bridge, and the Ukrainians will just wait till the first tank or the first armoured vehicle goes across, they'll rocket it, and you don't have to kill that tank. All you have to do is just stop it, and your pontoon bridge is unusable. So it really, if they go down that road, it really would be a fight of how quickly they can lay the pontoon bridges. Commander can start dropping high explosive on it, and I just don't see that as tenable. So, you know, as a more informed speaker, therefore, if they took a stand, I would expect to see them reduced to running small boats, even inflatables across under cover of night, in a day under cover of smoke, and literally just motoring across and throwing bodies and ammunition to the bank, and then legging it back across again, all the time under fire. And you know, if anyone fancies running a rubber dinghy across a river full of ammunition with Ukrainian MRLS landing around you, well, you're a braver man than I wouldn't touch that with a barge pole, to be honest.
As you say, Gunny, as David said, as Yehuda said, they'd be barking mad if they were attempting anything along those lines. You know, it's just a question we get about this. And then again, would you be genuinely surprised if they did it? I wouldn't.
No, nor me.
I think they might do, but they're going to need what do you call it? They're going to need an ideologically pure garrison, I think, because this will be brutal. I think in terms of food, they'll probably just steal off the local populace. You know, I don't think rations will be that big a problem for them. I think that their primary problem is going to be getting ammunition across, and the question is just how much do they have stockpiled. The infanteers especially, if the Ukrainians do decide to fight through, the defenders will burn through ammunition at a monstrous rate, so they will need a hell of a supply. And there's no landing strips, there's nowhere they can fly IL-76s in and even parachute ammunition out the back. And if they have ceded air superiority and there is air parity over there, you're going to be trying to use rotary wing just to fly an ammunition all the time with Ukrainian aircraft in the overhead. And the Ukrainian aircraft will have a degree of invulnerability because the minute a Russian surface-to-air missile commander lights off his radar, he'll either get HIMARS or he'll get a HARM missile. So you can see how it's all kind of coming together to put the fucking idiots in a bind. You know, no ammunition for artillery over the wrong side of the river. They can't get armour across. Conscript troops stuck in a city, knowing now the rumour mill would have said we're pretty much cut off. And what armour they've got will quickly run out of fuel, and they'll have to probably dig it into the city against Stalingrad style and just fight it static. And if you can see it, you can kill it. It's like Yehuda said, it's a proper gong show for them. They will need a garrison who are really willing to die in place to hold it as long as possible. The Germans did very well in Stalingrad. They held out for months in exceptionally horrific conditions. I can't see it. I think it will be a trickle cascade thing. I think in this case, once one unit throws up its hands and says, yeah, game's up, hopefully we'll see that cascade down the garrison. And I think that'll be really important because you know, Fibua fighting in built-up areas is going to kill a lot of civvies, and we really don't want to see the Ukrainians having to do this block by block. It will be absolutely horrific. So, yeah, I would expect to see leaflets, propaganda, give it up, boys. You know, we've got hot food and water. You don't want to die in this place. And then hopefully, yeah, they'll sack it off. And then the whole thing will be done and dusted.
Cheers, Gani. I think you're right. I mean, Yehuda said about as much as well, right? I think between all of you, you're all very much along the similar lines. At the very least, you might disagree about some minor details, but as Slava said earlier, Rusni pizda. Simple as that, right? Slava?
Thank you, Slava Ukraini, Героям Slava. So yes, just to add that Natalia Homeniuk said that all the attempt to pontoons is gonna be destroyed. So you can stop counting because it's gonna be done. So they absolutely have this under control. So this is like a non-negotiable. Sorry, I will not repeat. So she
non-negotiable.
Thank you. So this if they attempt it, it's gonna be destroyed. And about I'll also read some news that what is happening on this territory, occupied territory, is that a lot of these occupiers now really. As I heard maybe 2 days ago in this space that someone asked about it, how they gonna be changing clothes to civilians, and actually today you read that it's actually happening, that some Russians running away and some changing already clothes, I just want to be around. Just to pretend they civilians, but they gonna be found out. So this is this is started to happen today. Yesterday we still did not have this news, but today have read several of this on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Slava Ukraini. Okay, I don't know what order people were in. David, then Prince, then Nina. David.
So just quickly, just to make sure everyone understands what I'm saying. When I talk about a pontoon, I don't mean pontooning, because I talk about them as a pontoon ferry, right? As in, right, you take a couple of sections of a pontoon and then you motorize it and you look at it like that. The Russians, I do not believe, have the equipment even to put one pontoon over it. Their only option is to put a couple of sections together, and even if it would be welding on a little motorboat motor onto it and using them individually. So they're not pontoons, they're just pontoon sections that you use like a boat. It'd be the only way it would work, right? They're never going to get a pontoon over, don't have the manpower, probably don't have the equipment now, because they've sunk it all over the rest of the other rivers. That's about it.
Thank you, David. Yeah, of course, and also the other stuff we were talking about, right? The sections over the gap between the bank, the dam, and Nova Kakhovka. That's obviously that's not a pontoon of any sort because it'd be in the air, not in water. But that'd be destroyed by a single hand.
Yeah, of course it was.
155 artillery.
They're probably in artillery range now, anyway, aren't they? Right, so.
Yeah, somebody was drafting some maps of tubed artillery ranges out of that salient that went across the inhulets. I forget where we're at, somewhere to the east. Sorry, somewhere to the west of Davidov Brid, I guess, and just that salient. The end of that salient is probably now artillery to be able to hit areas around Nova Kakhovka without too much trouble. Prince.
Well, it looks like we don't need Yehuda because that completely answered what I was thinking. And David, I agree. I never was thinking that it would be an entire pontoon bridge across the river at this point. All it would be with sections of pontoons that they would use as ferries, because that's the best that they could hope for at this point. So
that's what they've been using.
Yeah, not bad for not having all my coffee yet. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Prince. Nina.
I was away for a couple of hours here, so I haven't heard the development, what's being going on.
So I can give you a quick rundown.
Okay.
So the dam at Nova Kakhovka, there's a bridge that leads across the lock to that dam. The road section of that bridge tumbled into the water a few days ago. Now there's confirmation that the rail section of that bridge has also tumbled into the water, and that bridge is fully and completely broken. There is no real way to bridge that little gap because that just be taken out by HIMARS, even if the concrete either side is strong enough, says David. In other news, more notes and panicked calls of, oh my god, everything is falling apart from the right bank of the Dnieper at Kherson that have been intercepted by the Ukrainian SB and translated by our friend Dmitry. Additionally, big moves close to Kharkiv. That is to say, to the east of Kharkiv towards Izium. It seems like there's quite a bit of a difference being made there by another Ukrainian counteroffensive. An advisor to the chief of staff of the president, I guess, of the office of the president, is saying that President Zelensky is going to be making a big announcement later on today about a counteroffensive around Kharkiv. There are more details, but I won't say them because I don't know them well enough to be willing to say them, and we are going to get Yehuda and CJ and the likes up sooner rather than later to go more in depth on all of that.
Thank you, Domen, a lot, and Slava Ukraini, Heroin Slava, Slava Ukraini. When you said that you saw the Russians running, I actually have been laughing here because, of course, this whole situation is not laughable. But what can I do to laugh at if I see the right?
Only right, right. Gunny.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, do we know the river downstream from Kherson, how much of it is still in Russian hands? They do have an option, I think, but it would depend how...
Знаєте, це фото особливо мені надзвичайно складно взагалі коментувати, тому що людина, яка на цьому фото, це мій дуже старий товариш, якого я знаю багато років, мій побратим. І це світлина, яку виклали самі терористи.
Kenny, you're breaking up a little bit. I think I know where you're going, but basically the entire estuary, the estuary on the right bank seems to be occupied by Russia still. Well, more or less all of the estuary. So that doesn't help a whole lot. It doesn't help Ukraine, that's for sure. Kenny? I think it's your side that's breaking up, not mine, because I think you're driving.
І що це абсолютно нормально, що посеред Європи просто існує сучасний концентраційний табір, який влаштувала Російська Федерація, і де вони...
David, Gun is breaking up badly for you as well, right? It's not just me.
А потім ще й вихваляються. Ці світлини, вони ж просто...
No, it's just the Gunny. Thank you.
Міжнародним європейським організаціям, в тому числі, до речі, Росія є одним з членів ООН, якому можу нагадати, що є не тільки права.
Yes, so Gunny has been breaking up all the time for me as well. I was trying to find the mic button.
В тому числі, що стосується України, наприклад.
Very good. Mockers.
Фабрикування
Hi, just on a light note, it's Mr. and Mrs. Zelensky's wedding anniversary today. I believe it's 19 years, so maybe they've got a little gift on their wedding anniversary.
Well, they got 50,000 dead Russians.
Hooray! Couldn't think of anything better.
Adrian, are you here to indulge in some film critique?
Well, Domen, first of all, I keep saying this, don't overestimate my abilities to criticize film, but even the film that you are talking about is pretty obviously a work of art.
It's in 3 parts, 3 acts.
Yes, I saw all 3 parts. Domen, are you here?
I am here. You can walk us through it.
Well, in the first part, there is obviously desperate Russian soldier and his team. What's it called? Section? It's not a
unit.
platoon.
Call it a unit, because then it doesn't matter what size it is.
Yeah, and his unit, and they seem to be stuck somewhere in a very unpleasant place. It looks like it's in a gully in a forested area, and they are worried about what's going to happen. I think I mean, from his voice, I think he's not Russian. He sounds like Central Asian, right? And I think he's calling someone Ahmed at some point. But that doesn't matter. It's other issues. And then in the next video, he's alone and all his comrades are dead and wounded. And then in the last video, he seems to be very much cornered and firing aimlessly. And a wounded comrade is moaning on the side. I'm sorry, as a humanitarian. Look, let me just take a couple of steps back. I have a disability. I've worked most of my life with people with disabilities. I've worked in NGOs and in charities, and I think I am of myself as a pacifist and as a person who has love for one's fellow humans, and as a person who wouldn't relish or find joys in people dying. I mean, it's horrible. It is horrible. We see human beings dying. And we should definitely take a breath and reflect on that. But then when you start thinking that these human beings chose to believe in the insanity of a psychopathic dictator who owns castles in France and $700 million yachts, while his country is dirt fucking poor, except for Russia and Moscow and St. Petersburg, and most people, half of the country doesn't have indoor plumbing, and they have instituted a regime where it fries any person's brain into believing this imperialist restoration of great Russia, this vision of shit that they call a country. And you volunteer for money to go to another person's country to steal their property, to kill innocent people, to bomb a city of hundreds of thousands of people into oblivion and kill 100,000 of those people. Rape and pillage your way through a European civilized country that is trying to get away from the influence of this evil empire. And you are stuck in a gully in Kherson, and you're watching your friends die, and it's your turn soon. I'm sorry, you made that choice. Your country has made that choice.
Pretty sure that's Kharkiv, because the hills and the forest looks a lot more like areas around Izium, which are famous for their forest, rather than
well, it's definitely not within the internationally recognized borders of Russia. It's within the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. So, wherever you might be, when you're in the internationally recognized borders of another country by choice to rape, pillage, and kill innocent people, and apparently your great army that has wonderful recruiting ads can only be capable of raping, pillaging, and murdering innocent people because, as we can see, it's not capable of combined operations, it's not capable of actually making some military advances. I have it on good authority that in Kharkiv, Russians have advanced 600 meters in 1 month in a certain region. I just know it from a source, let's call it that. So this great army is only capable of raping, pillaging, and murdering. And although as a human being, I feel bad, and justifiably you should feel bad when you see other human beings get killed, I can't help thinking what the fuck they were thinking going into other people's country who believe in liberty and justice and want to defend themselves and want a life in a free society. What the fuck were they thinking was gonna happen? Fuck around and find out. I am sorry that human beings are dying and that they were stupid enough to be manipulated to get there. But on the other hand, I'm glad some sunflowers will grow pretty soon. So that's my analysis on the video.
Thank you, Adrian. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thank you. So actually, just to get more context on this, what is happening. So at the same time, I think at the same time, exactly when this video was, this movie, 3-part movie was shot, Patriarch Kirill actually was walking on the water. He's like a practicing, he's like a best move, just walking on the water from his yacht.
I know why.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I need to explain.
Yes.
Look.
Exactly.
Patriarch Kirill, he's trying to help the Russian soldiers on the right bank of the Dnipro to be able to get
to find the way. You are actually breaking up, so I'm sorry.
to be
Maybe
able to
I
get
better.
out, right? To walk
Exactly,
across the river.
to walk over the border. So this is like a while the Patriarch Kirill testing like a new move, like a walking on water, and this is like a while he's like a trying like a new science who developed only in the Russia. So this is soldiers actually Russian. They have this like a I understand what they're talking in the first part. They actually they saying, oh, this is what left for our like a battalion or something. This is I say no, do not go there, do not go there. So this is like a first part. On the second part, he's like just conforming. Okay, so many dead, or compatriots, and the third part is like he's trying to save to save some other, and actually get shot, and that's it. So this is like a finito la commedia. So thank you, and thank you, Adrian, for the description. Thank you.
I'm laughing my butt off here.
I don't have any remedies for that. I'm very sorry, Nina. That's it just is how it is. No, but seriously, that's how it is. Thank you, Slam. I missed that one, but yeah, I can see why he's doing it. In a time like this, anything might work.
Hold your water.
Daniel, was going to be.
Yeah, hi everybody. I heard one of you guys mentioning the number 50,000 Russians. I keep reading such a wide range of numbers regarding Russian casualties. Do we know anything? I mean, do we know anything concrete about it?
Yeah, so the 50,150, I think it currently stands at. That is on the basis of what the Ukrainian General Staff and the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense publish every morning at sometime every morning, but basically it's dated at 6 a.m. local every morning. They've been doing this for the last 6 months plus, and every day they publish the number of estimated Russian liquidated, that is to say killed in action, destroyed tanks, destroyed armored personnel carriers / IFVs, destroyed tubed artillery pieces, rocket artillery pieces, planes, helicopters, UAVs, special equipment, that's basically radars, engineering equipment, the like. I think there's a few other lines there that I'm forgetting. Doesn't really matter. That's basically where this number is coming from, and the sum across all of these days of the 6 months plus, that's what currently stands at just over 50,000. Now, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense is using estimates on the basis of what they can visually observe. It is true that they're probably going to occasionally overcount slightly. When an artillery shell or something blows up a tank, and then one person there might have lost both his legs but might have survived. Maybe that's plausible. However, at the same time, they're certainly undercounting the number of Russians dead, because simply often they cannot observe all the Russians dead, right? When you blow up an ammo dump, you don't know exactly how many people you blew up with it, especially if it's at night. If you don't have very good eyes on it at night, you might not be able to exactly tell whether you killed 20 or 30 or 40. So at those times they underestimate probably substantially. But that's the current estimate. How reliable is it? Pretty reliable. All of the commentary that we've heard from people that understand this stuff very well say, yeah, it seems pretty clear that Ukraine is consistently undercounting the total. There are other estimates that came in from the likes of the US DoD and the UK MOD. They are much in the same range. There was an estimate of just over 80,000 killed and grievously wounded about a month ago from the from the US DoD, I think, that ended up in Congress. At the end of the day, the specific number doesn't matter that much. So basically, ones that are permanently removed from action, right? If you lose a limb, you're not going to go back to the fight. But if you get a bit of shrapnel in a calf and get a tourniquet on in time, then maybe 3 weeks later you'll be back at the front, right? That's kind of the difference. There's wounded, and then there's wounded in a way that will never come back to the front again. So that's why there's a bit of a discrepancy in numbers. That's fine. Now, if you want to know what the Russians say that by April they lost about 1,300 dead, and since then, and this was said by a former defense minister, former deputy defense minister who used to be a general in the Russian army, who's now a member of the Russian parliament and the head of the defense select committee. A couple months ago, he said, we haven't updated the number in many months because the number hasn't changed, because due to a change of procedures in operations, there aren't any more killed Russians. So that is the change, because Russians say there aren't any Russians dying for months now. Which I think we can all agree is a really steaming pile of you-know-what, obviously, right? So there you go. There's your explanation for the range of numbers, Daniel, who had left us since. Nina.
I think Daniel didn't really appreciate the numbers, but what you said about the Russian, what they say about the numbers, of course, because they have destroyed at least 45 HIMARS, so there must be many left.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's the difference. Good evening, Axel. How are you?
All good.
Oh, see, Daniel's coming back.
Did you miss me?
I missed you greatly. I've been here all alone for many hours now, accompanied by a number of Finns, but very rarely a co-host. Hi there, Daniel. Did you hear my answer?
Sincerely appreciated.
The whole time I was just going, I couldn't be on speaker, so I went down to the, okay, so I listened to everything. It sounds very reasonable what you say. Of course, it makes no sense for the Russian numbers to stand still, obviously.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Daniel. Axel?
Yeah, sorry, mate, but sometimes we have to make compromises.
No, it's okay. We have 675 people in here. We learned a lot from each other. We learned a lot from the news that were coming in over time. Yehuda popped in for about half an hour, 40 minutes in between, explained some of the military aspects of things. It's been very good.
That is very good to know, and thank you very much, and much appreciated that you took the time guiding everybody through the day, and I shall be glad to joining you for the rest of the day.
Excellent. So, we've heard that there are significant movements in around Kharkiv. Well, not in Kharkiv, obviously. A bit to the east of Kharkiv, from Kharkiv towards Izium. That's been apparently going pretty well today. We're still waiting, I believe, for the update from President Zelensky, which has been promised by various of his advisors during the course of the day. Of course, more news from the Kherson front. One thing that struck me very much today, Axel, is there were several videos coming in from Vysokopilia after. Oh, the host is having connection issues. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on the off chance that the space crashes, we will restart a new one on the Maria Report account momentarily, but it probably won't crash. I think I have a sneaking feeling we'll just carry on. But do follow the host account, the Maria Report account, somewhere to the left of my face in the top left corner of your screen. So where were we? Lots of videos from Vysokopilia today, Axel, after it's been liberated. And something that really astounded me is just how upright and not completely blown up most of the buildings look like. Because over time, we've seen a number of cities and towns that were taken over by Russians, say Volnovakha, Severodonetsk, Izium, that were basically completely rubbleized by the time the Russians actually took them. Whereas you saw Ukraine taking back a small town, but a town that was very much a Russian stronghold, right on the front lines for a very long period of time indeed, and yet they managed to take it back without destroying the whole thing in the process. And I think that says a lot about both how Ukraine uses artillery, about the doctrine of it, about the capabilities of Western artillery specifically, which can be far more precise.
Сейчас мы находимся в Шервудском лесу. Это одно из самых тяжелых мест от Изюма к Славянску. Бои здесь продолжаются 5 месяцев, 6-й. На сегодняшний день Шервудский лес освобожден практически на 70%. Где-то дошли уже даже до кромки. Почему Шервудский лес называют Шервудским? Это условное обозначение густонаселенные части. Для того, чтобы куда-то продвинуться, приезжают специальные инженерные машины, простреливают дороги, и таким образом образуются просеки. Дальше наши военнослужащие занимают позиции и продвигаются.
Продвинулись существенно. Практически дошли до края леса, но работы еще достаточно. Оснащение технического противника неплохое, в частности, автомобили, БТРы. По личному составу действует гораздо менее активно, чем это было в мае. Явно противник начал сдуваться здесь.
Почти весь лес, 70%, наверное, может даже больше уже наш. Где-то вышли на окраину уже, где-то еще нет. В лесу всегда сложно. Местность сложная, и у них наемников тут много, тут и поляки, опытные бойцы. Контакты прям, вообще очень близко. Местность просто видишь, какая видимости нет практически.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов, інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі ви розумієте, які основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи. Для нас рух України в Євросоюз, трансформація всередині нашої країни – це те, що є одним з ключових елементів довгострокового захисту держави. Гарантію свободи для усіх українців. Тому євроінтеграційний процес заслуговує не просто окремої уваги до політичних, економічних, соціальних, правових аспектів, а цілісного підходу. Рухаючись до Європи, ми посилюємо українське національне життя в цілому. Впевнений, що Україна стане повноправним членом ЄС. Принаймні, зробимо все для цього. Взяв участь сьогодні у роботі важливого форуму в Італії, один з найвпливовіших економічних форумів Європи, форум Амбразетті. Подякував прем'єр-міністру Драгі, усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові напрямки співпраці між нашими державами вже зараз, після нашої перемоги. Для України важливо зберегти і посилити італійську підтримку попри будь-які зміни політичних настроїв. До речі, цього тижня це було вже друге звернення до суспільства Італії після звернення до учасників і гостей Венеційського кінофестивалю. Ми боремось за підтримку і розуміння України в усіх країнах Європи, в усіх аудиторіях європейських суспільств. Щоразу я нагадую, що захист України – захист усієї Європи, не тільки наш, усього демократичного світу. Саме з цієї точки зору варто розглянути погодження сьогодні країнами Великої Сімки рішення щодо обмеження ціни на російську нафту. Коли цей механізм буде реалізований,
Антон Андреевич Лиханов, хотим выразить вам свою благодарность от ребят, добровольно подписавших контракт на защиту нашей Родины от нацистской твари. Мы очень благодарны за предоставленную нам экипировку, амуницию и все остальное. Мы честно, от души благодарны вам. И я думаю, что это все нам поможет быстро, качественно и в короткие сроки завершить нашу спецоперацию. Спасибо.
Калининград сила!
Калининград сила!
Благодарим!
Теперь бойцы ВСУ вжимаются в окопы, головы не поднять, а эта тройка решила добежать до укрытия, но неудача. Одному пришлось оказывать медицинскую помощь.
Что мужику передать?
Результат мне нужен, результат. Это работа командиров одного из батальонов 4-й бригады армейского корпуса народной милиции ЛНР. Они постоянно рядом с линией фронта. Получают разведданные, отдают приказы расчетам и бронегруппам. Уничтожать позиции ВСУ помогают российские грачи. Штурмовики Су-25 всегда появляются внезапно, меньше чем на минуту, и уже все в дыму от их ракет. В дело вступают танкисты. Только съехав с трассы, прикрывая движение БМП, наносят точный удар. Загорается броневик противника. Пусть наблюдает серию. Легендарный комбат с позывным «Шер» – один из самых боевых командиров 4-й бригады войск ЛНР. Его батальон прошел немало линий обороны противника. Фронт знает так, что карта не нужна. Разведка докладывает, противник занял позиции. Вот один из боевиков, услышав свист снаряда, прячется. Но после 2 пристрелочных третий находит цель. В ход пошли носилки. Тем временем огонь по посадке уже вплотную ведут танки и БМП, прикрывая пехоту. Там за несколькими линиями обороны чуть больше, чем в 10 километрах Северск, а за ним Краматорск и Славянск, последние рубежи обороны ВСУ в Донбассе.
Я говорю чуть-чуть по-русски, я говорю лучше по-арабски. И я знаю Ливан, и у меня есть друзья, которые...
елементом захисту цивілізованих країн, енергоринків від російської гібридної агресії. І дійсно треба обмежити також ціну на російський газ. Вдячні пані Урсулі фон дер Ляєн, яка сьогодні сказала про це. Давно настав час саме таких енергетичних санкційних кроків проти Росії. Санкції, які не лише обмежать потік нафтодоларів, газу і євро в Москву, але й важливо, відновлять справедливість для усіх європейців, яких Росія намагається шантажувати штучно, роздутою ціною на енергетичному ринку. Підписав черговий указ про нагородження наших воїнів. 166 учасників бойових дій відзначено державними нагородами, із них 44 посмертно. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав життя за Україну. Вічна слава усім нашим воїнам, які б'ють окупантів всюду, на українському напрямку, на нашій землі. Харківський напрямок, Донеччина, Донбас, увесь Південь, Крим, всюди є і буде Україна. І тільки, і буде свобода, і тільки, і буде Європа. Ми ніколи не віддамо свого окупантам. Слава Україні!
Хай буде весна.
Сподіваюся.
Которая очень подходит к вашей ситуации и к вообще ситуации, сложившейся сейчас в мире, и к вам, которые будут учиться на русском. Мы знаем, что ныне лежит на весах, и что совершается ныне. Час мужества пробил на наших часах, и мужество нас не покинет. Не страшно под пулями мертвыми лечь, не горько остаться без крова. И мы сохраним тебя, русская речь, великое русское слово. Свободным и чистым тебя пронесем, и внукам дадим, и от плена спасем навеки. Вот вы, ребята, будете теми, кто пронесет русское слово, и передаст его дальше. И это очень большое право, это очень важная привилегия, которая вам досталась, цените ее. Пускай ваше обучение будет мирным, пускай скорее настанет мир, пускай скорее перестанут стрелять. Я желаю, чтобы вы все были живы, чтобы с вашими родителями было все хорошо, чтобы поскорее наладилась здесь торговля, наладилась связь, чтобы все скорее было хорошо и вы могли спокойно учиться. Дай вам Бог, ребят, всего самого лучшего.
Бавовни в українських серцях невимовна. Без тебе таврійська бавовна, плантація буде неповна. Засадим бавовну густу, аж по мосту. Бавовна, 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 бавовна.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов і інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі ви розумієте, які основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи для нас руху України в Євросоюз.
Я за нашу Россию, сука! Сука! Я за нашу Россию, сука! Набью, сука! Зикхай! На нахуй! Зикхай! Найди! Зикхай! Кто сейчас зикхай? Запини тому... Газон, ё! Кто крикнул, Зикхай? Кто Зикхай крикнул? Кто крикнул, блядь? Нахуй, слышишь? Не берись.
Установка предназначена для поражения критически важных объектов противника. Это скопление живой силы, скопление техники, склады боеприпасов, командные пункты, укрепрайоны. Крылатые они для более сложных, так сказать, квазистационарных объектов. То есть она может огибать местность, лететь там предельно низко, и за счет этого она практически не перехватывается. Она сделана в большей степени для более, так сказать, точечной работы, для более тонкой работы.
В ночное время отработали нанесение ракетного удара, склады боеприпасов. Вот, отработали успешно, вовремя. Расчет слаженно отработал задачу. Выполнять задачу все готовы. Днем, ночью. Пуск! Пуск нормальный, расход 1.
Пуск нормальный, расход 1, принял.
Россию. А почему Единая Россия? Да потому что Путин молодец. Во.
А что сделал Владимир Путин для...
Он все сделал. Для России он все сделал.
Для Российской Федерации сделал что? Да он очень много чего сделал, очень хорошего.
Ну что-то так его критикуют в последнее время.
Да это кто там критикует?
Да пускай они там разговаривают.
Пусть критикует, кому делать нет.
А так Владимир Владимирович Путин, он нормальный президент Российской Федерации.
Я за него.
Я тоже за него.
Теперь бойцы ВСУ вжимаются в окопы, головы не поднять, а эта тройка решила добежать до укрытия, но неудача. Одному пришлось оказывать медицинскую помощь.
Результат мне нужен, результат.
Это работа командиров одного из батальонов 4-й бригады армейского корпуса народной милиции ЛНР. Они постоянно рядом с линией фронта, получают разведданные, отдают приказы расчетам и бронегруппам. Уничтожать позиции ВСУ помогают российские грачи. Штурмовики Су-25 всегда появляются внезапно, меньше чем на минуту, и уже все в дыму от их ракет. В дело вступают танкисты. Только съехав с трассы, прикрывая движение БМП, наносят точный удар. Загорается броневик противника.
Пусть наблюдает серии двух.
Легендарный комбат с позывным «Шер» – один из самых боевых командиров 4-й бригады войск ЛНР. Его батальон прошел немало линий обороны противника. Фронт знает так, что карта не нужна. Разведка докладывает, противник занял позиции. Вот один из боевиков, услышав свист снаряда, прячется. Но после двух пристрелочных третий находит цель. В ход пошли носилки. Тем временем огонь по посадке уже вплотную ведут танки и БМП, прикрывая пехоту. Там за несколькими линиями обороны чуть больше, чем в 10 километрах Северск, а за ним Краматорск и Славянск, последние рубежи обороны ВСУ в Донбассе.
Камчатка – это особое место, это особый край. Я когда первый раз появился на Камчатке, влюбился в нее, здесь, ну, не знаю, особая атмосфера. Конечно, когда люди живут, рождаются здесь, живут здесь, то, наверное, все это считается обыденным, ко всему привыкаешь. Я, как известно, родился и вырос в Ленинграде, в Петербурге. И для меня вот эти набережные города, классические виды, связанные с архитектурой 17-18 там, и поздних веков, это удивительная гармония, кстати говоря, и природы, и того, что сделал человек. Я жил с этим и считал, что так, наверное, и все живут, так и везде в мире это вот имеет место быть. Потом, когда подрос, начал ездить по стране, в основном на спортивные соревнования, понял, что это не так. И первое впечатление было такой шок. Я думал, что везде все так, как у нас в Ленинграде, в Петербурге.
На долю неминучу, башту відірвало йому, струною забучу. Полетів окупант, мігом 35-м, для київського привида він, здається, став 20-м.
Серйозна об'ява, ракетна тривога. Ми всіх просимо пройти до укриттів, адреси яких ми вже називали. Це є перехід Дерибасівська на розі Преображенської, Дерибасівська-Преображенська, ТРЦ Афіна, ТРЦ Європа і ще багато інших.
Там десь всередині, там взагалі
Ну, ще гарячим. Душок ще є. Да. Навіть обшивки ніякої немає.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов і інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі...
Я говорю чуть-чуть по-русски, я говорю лучше по-арабски. И я знаю Ливаны, и у меня есть друзья, которые меня знают, когда делают только каре. И это очень важно.
Сейчас мы находимся в Шервудском лесу. Это одно из самых тяжелых мест от Изюма к Славянску. Бои здесь продолжаются 5 месяцев, 6-й. На сегодняшний день Шервудский лес освобожден практически на 70%. Где-то дошли уже даже до кромки. Почему Шервудский лес называют Шервудским? Это условное обозначение густонаселенной части. Для того, чтобы куда-то продвинуться, приезжают специальные инженерные машины, простреливают дороги, и таким образом образуются просеки. Дальше наши военнослужащие занимают позиции и продвигаются.
Продвинулись существенно. Практически дошли до края леса, но работы еще достаточно. Оснащение технического противника неплохое, в частности, автомобили, БТРы. По личному составу действует гораздо менее активно, чем это было в мае. Явно противник начал сдуваться здесь.
Почти весь лес, 70%, наверное, может даже больше уже наш. Где-то вышли на окраину уже, где-то еще нет. В лесу всегда сложно. Местность сложная, и у них наемников тут много, тут и поляки, опытные бойцы. Контакты прям, вообще очень близко. Местность просто видишь, какая видимости нет практически. Бывает, там вычисляем, когда уже там накроем АГС, минометов, так, мины, растяжки, и лепестки сыпят все время практически.
Так вот выглядит классическая лёжка в лесу.
Маскировка очень важна, потому что это в первую очередь моя жизнь. И от маскировки многое зависит. Армейская снайперская винтовка «Корт», калибр 12,7. Уже с ней работаю 5 лет.
В Шервудском лесу мы действуем месяц, а до этого штурмовали населенные пункты, такие как Каменка.
Основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи. Для нас рух України в Євросоюз, трансформація всередині нашої країни – це те, що є одним з ключових елементів довгострокового захисту держави, гарантію свободи для усіх українців. Тому євроінтеграційний процес заслуговує не просто окремої уваги до політичних, економічних, соціальних, правових аспектів, а цілісного підходу. Рухаючись до Європи, ми посилюємо українське національне життя в цілому. Впевнений, що Україна стане повноправним членом ЄС. Принаймні, зробимо все для цього. Взяв участь сьогодні у роботі важливого форуму в Італії, один з найвпливовіших економічних форумів Європи, форум Амбразетті. Подякував прем'єр-міністру Драгі, усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові напрямки співпраці між нашими державами вже зараз, після нашої перемоги. Для України важливо зберегти і посилити італійську підтримку попри будь-які зміни політичних настроїв. До речі, цього тижня це було вже друге звернення до суспільства Італії після звернення до учасників і гостей Венеційського кінофестивалю. Ми боремось за підтримку і розуміння України в усіх країнах Європи, в усіх аудиторіях європейських суспільств. Щоразу я нагадую, що захист України – захист усієї Європи, не тільки наш, усього демократичного світу. Саме з цієї точки зору варто розглянути погодження сьогодні країнами Великої Сімки рішення щодо обмеження ціни на російську нафту. Коли цей механізм буде реалізований, він стане вагомим елементом захисту цивілізованих країн, енергоринків від російської гібридної агресії. І дійсно треба обмежити також ціну на російський газ. Вдячні пані Урсулі фон дер Ляєн, яка сьогодні сказала про це. Давно настав час саме таких енергетичних санкцій.
Газ в парке. Безполезно!
весна, там, де ми стоїмо до кінця, і нас не зламає війна, наша віра єднає серця, Україна навіки жива. Україна це наша земля.
Гена, да? Гена! Ай ти Боже!
Україна єднає серця.
Серйозна об'ява, ракетна тривога. Ми всі
来到我这儿吧，谢谢。爸爸不哭，妈妈在这儿。阿姨，做我的吧，谢谢。哎呦。阿姨，坐我这儿吧，谢谢。
Пневматики фигачит. А рядом родильный дом.
سلام علیکم. لحظه قبل یک انفجار در دروازه سفارت شوروی صورت گرفت که خیلی زخمی شهید و جان دوستان بخیر باشین.
адреси яких ми вже називали. Це є перехід Дерибасівська на розі Преображенської, Дерибасівська-Преображенська, ТРЦ Афіна, ТРЦ Європа і ще багато інших.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов і інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі ви розумієте, які основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи. Для нас рух України в Євросоюз, трансформація всередині нашої країни – це те, що є одним з ключових елементів довгострокового захисту держави, гарантію свободи для усіх українців. Тому євроінтеграційний процес заслуговує не просто окремої уваги до політичних, економічних, соціальних, правових аспектів, а цілісного підходу. Рухаючись до Європи, ми посилюємо українське національне життя в цілому. Впевнений, що Україна стане повноправним членом ЄС. Принаймні, зробимо все для цього. Взяв участь сьогодні у роботі важливого форуму в Італії, один з найвпливовіших економічних форумів Європи, форум Амбразетті. Подякував прем'єр-міністру Драгі, усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові напрямки співпраці між нашими державами.
Установка предназначена для поражения критически важных объектов противника. Это скопление живой силы, скопление техники, склады боеприпасов, командные пункты, укрепрайоны. Крылатые они для более сложных, так сказать, квазистационарных объектов. То есть она может огибать местность, лететь там предельно низко, и за счет этого она практически не перехватываема. Она сделана в большей степени для более, так сказать, точечной работы, для более тонкой работы. Если она ушла, все, значит она попадет. Ну, это может быть и днем, и утром, и ночью. Как бы мы всегда готовы.
Антон Андреевич Лиханов, хотим выразить вам свою благодарность от ребят, добровольно подписавших контракт на защиту нашей Родины от нацистской твари. Мы очень благодарны за предоставленную нам экипировку, амуницию и все остальное. Мы честно, от души благодарны вам. И я думаю, что это все нам поможет быстро, качественно и в короткие сроки завершить нашу спецоперацию. Спасибо.
Калининград сила!
Калининград сила!
Благодарим!
По поручению президента правительство запускает новый инструмент поддержки предприятий промышленности. Это промышленная ипотека.
Нашої перемоги. Для України важливо зберегти і посилити італійську підтримку попри будь-які зміни політичних настроїв. До речі, цього тижня це було вже друге звернення до суспільства Італії після звернення до учасників і гостей Венеційського кінофестивалю. Ми боремося за підтримку і розуміння України в усіх країнах Європи, в усіх аудиторіях європейських суспільств. Щоразу я нагадую, що захист України – захист усієї Європи, не тільки наш, усього демократичного світу. Саме з цієї точки зору варто розглянути погодження сьогодні країнами Великої Сімки рішення щодо обмеження ціни на російську нафту. Коли цей механізм буде реалізований, він стане вагомим елементом захисту цивілізованих країн енергоринків від російської гібридної агресії. І дійсно треба обмежити також ціну на російський газ. Вдячні пані Урсулі фон дер Ляєн, яка сьогодні сказала про це. Давно настав час саме таких енергетичних санкційних кроків проти Росії. Санкції, які не лише обмежать потік нафтодоларів, газу і євро в Москву, але й важливо відновлять справедливість для усіх європейців, яких Росія намагається шантажувати штучно, роздутою ціною на енергетичному ринку. Підписав черговий указ про нагородження наших воїнів. 166 учасників бойових дій відзначено державними нагородами, із них 44 посмертно. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав життя за Україну. Вічна слава усім нашим воїнам, які б'ють окупантів всюди, на українському напрямку, на нашій землі. Харківський напрямок, Донеччина, Донбас, увесь Південь, Крим, всюди є і буде Україна. І тільки, і буде свобода, і тільки, і буде Європа. Ми ніколи не віддамо свого окупантам. Слава Україні!
Россию. А почему Единая Россия? Да потому что Путин молодец. Во.
А что сделал Владимир Путин для...
Он все сделал. Для России он все сделал.
Для Российской Федерации сделал что? Да он очень много чего сделал, очень хорошего.
Ну, что-то так его критикуют в последнее время.
Да это кто там критикует?
Да пускай они там разговаривают.
Пусть критикует, кому делать нет.
Второй камер, который также взяли ребята наши, разведчики. Вот там первый, то, что сейчас проходили, смотрели. Вот. Ты это в общем видео делаешь? Первый. Второй. Ну, второй, честно, немного похуже. Состояние. Двигатель немножко подушатанный, потому что рукожопые, блядь, укропы на нем ездили, как говорится. Единственное, только там нету, как на левом борту, небольшие там, я говорю, коцки от этих самых. Но здесь даже есть американский пулемет 50-го калибра. Вот, то есть это двойной вообще трофей. Он наверху стоит на башне. Вообще охеренно все. Теперь мы используем натовскую технику, чтобы бить натовцев, блядь. Так что все. До встречи в раздолбанном Вашингтоне. Вау. Смерть укропом.
Сейчас мы находимся в Шервудском лесу. Это одно из самых тяжелых мест от Изюма к Славянску. Бои здесь продолжаются 5 месяцев, 6-й. На сегодняшний день Шервудский лес освобожден практически на 70%. Где-то дошли уже даже до кромки. Почему Шервудский лес называется
Siren alert update. Kharkiv, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal
Для
data.
того, чтобы куда-то продвинуться, приезжают специальные инженерные машины, простреливают дороги, и таким образом образуются просеки. Дальше наши военнослужащие занимают позиции и продвигаются.
Продвинулись существенно. Практически дошли до края леса, но работы еще достаточно.
Air siren alert update. Kharkiv, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Це мій дуже старий товариш, якого я знаю багато років, мій побратим. І це світлина, яку виклали самі терористи. Вони, як злочинці, просто вихваляються своїми злочинами. І надзвичайно складно взагалі усвідомити зараз те, що в той час, поки українські військові, азовці, українська армія кожного дня викладається на 100% на лінії фронту для того, щоб стримувати ворога, знищувати ворога, звільняти території. В цей час світ робить вигляд, наче все ок, і що це абсолютно нормально, що посеред Європи просто існує сучасний концентраційний табір, який влаштувала Російська Федерація, і де вони катують людей, вбивають людей, знущаються над людьми, а потім ще й вихваляються. Ці світлини, вони ж просто були кинуті в обличчя міжнародним європейським організаціям, в тому числі, до речі, Росія є одним з членів ООН, в якому можу нагадати, що є не тільки права, є ще й зобов'язання. Так от, своїми правами Росія в ООН користується, в тому числі, що стосується України, наприклад, щодо там фабрикування по Запорізькій АЕС. А щодо відповідальності, то тут чомусь всі забувають. Чомусь ООН там соромиться щось сказати, поїхати, проконтролювати. А в цей час з їх просто мовчазної згоди там відбуваються страшні речі. Над людьми просто знущаються. Їх катують щодня. Це жахлива історія, на яку мені, наприклад, надзвичайно складно дивитися.
Максиме, я, власне, ви частково відповіли на питання, яке я хотіла вам поставити щодо того, наскільки міжнародна спільнота залучена в цей процес. Чи все можливо вони роблять і які важелі впливу, на вашу думку, ще в нас лишаються?
Я вважаю, що майже нічого не робиться з того, що мало б робити з міжнародними організаціями. Більше того, я вважаю, що відтепер будь-яка взагалі дипломатична зустріч, в якій присутні українці, чи то хтось приїжджає до нас, чи то зустріч президента України, чи то українських дипломатів, чи урядовців, вони мають розпочинатись саме з цих світлин. Кожен, хто зараз робить вигляд, що
Мы находимся в Мариуполе на базе тренировочного центра подразделения «Испаньола», входящего в состав бригады «Восток». Уникальность этой истории в том, что курс молодого бойца здесь проходят футбольные фанаты, хулиганы, которые, несмотря на разногласия между клубами, решили объединить свои усилия на благо Родины.
Далее. 3-4 вместе. Побежали на бок.
Предложили футбольным хулиганам большой земли перейти на новый уровень хулиганизма, который будет выражен в подбитых танках, в действиях рейдовых отрядов, в отработанных снайперских целях, и в подобном варианте. Несмотря на терки в мирное время, сейчас во время спецоперации все свои поддерживают своих. Многим кажется, что фанаты – это маргиналы, хотя это не так. Среди нас есть много уважаемых и состоятельных людей, которые как раз предложили нам помощь в закупке современного вооружения.
Теперь бойцы ВСУ вжимаются в окопы, головы не поднять, а эта тройка решила добежать до укрытия, но неудача. Одному пришлось оказывать медицинскую помощь.
Все, что же уже передать?
Результат мне нужен, результат.
Это работа командиров одного из батальонов 4-й бригады армейского корпуса народной милиции ЛНР. Они постоянно рядом с линией фронта. Получают разведданные, отдают приказы расчетам и бронегруппам. Уничтожать позиции ВСУ помогают российские грачи. Штурмовики Су-25 всегда появляются внезапно, меньше чем на минуту, и уже все в дыму от их ракет. В дело вступают танкисты. Только съехав с трассы, прикрывая движение...
Або дійсно вважає себе другом України і хоче допомагати, вони мають бачити і розуміти, що насправді відбувається. Що це не просто іграшки, це ми маємо справу з хворою, абсолютно терористичною країною, яка має бути сьогодні ізольована. Бо вона має позбутись права бути взагалі в будь-яких міжнародних організаціях. Вона має бути ізольована і вилікувана як хвора. Причому лікувати її треба вже хірургічно, видаляючи звідти російську владу і кожного покидька, який хоч якийсь стосунок має до таких злочинів.
Хай буде весна, там, де ми стоїмо до кінця, і нас не зламає війна, наша віра єднає серця, Україна навіки жива. Україна – це наша земля.
Гена, да? Гена! Ай, ти Боже!
Україна єднає
Знімайте
серця.
Россию.
А почему Единая Россия?
Да потому что Путин молодец. Во.
А что сделал Владимир Путин для...
Он все сделал. Для России он все сделал.
Для Российской Федерации сделал что? Да он очень много чего сделал, очень хорошего.
Что-то так его критикуют в последнее время.
Да это кто там критикует?
Да пускай они там разговаривают.
Пусть критикует, кому делать нет.
А так Владимир Владимирович, почему он нормальный президент Российской Федерации?
Я за него.
Я тоже за него.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки.
Sie haben Ihre Heimat verlassen.
Ja.
Wo sind Sie jetzt?
Im Libanon.
Aber warum? Wegen die Bedrohungen? Ja?
Die Bedrohungen war eines. Ich habe Österreich bereits 2020 verlassen
weil die Situation für mich sehr unerträglich geworden war. Und der Hauptgrund war, ich hatte überhaupt keine Arbeit mehr. Und ich wurde auf der Straße angepöbelt, auf eine sehr, sehr unangenehme Art und Weise. Und ich beschloss im September 2020, also vor 2 Jahren, nach Frankreich zu gehen. Ich habe lange nach einem Haus gesucht, hatte das dann endlich gefunden. Dazwischen war ich wieder in Österreich, wegen Lockdowns und einem Unfall, aber ich wollte einfach durchstarten, wieder wirklich von null in Frankreich. Und dann musste ich feststellen, und das war vor dem 24. Februar, dass ich in Frankreich kein Bankkonto bekomme, keine Steuernummer und auf eine sehr unangenehme Art und Weise vom dortigen Nachrichtendienst aufgefordert wurde, das Land zu verlassen. Und das war zuerst eine Überraschung und dann ein Schock, weil ich war gerade erst angekommen, ich hatte gerade erst meine Papiere und mich nach Frankreich transportiert und dann stellte ich Mitte März fest, dass ich gehen muss. Und ich beschloss dann in den Libanon zu ziehen, aus mehreren Gründen. Ich spreche gut Arabisch, ich kenne das Land, ich habe dort Freunde aus Zeiten lange vor Funktionen, die ich hatte.
Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов і інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі ви розумієте, які основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи. Для нас рух України в Євросоюз, трансформація всередині нашої країни – це те, що є одним з ключових елементів довгострокового захисту держави. Гарантію свободи для усіх українців. Тому євроінтеграційний процес заслуговує не просто окремої уваги до політичних, економічних, соціальних, правових аспектів, а цілісного підходу. Рухаючись до Європи, ми посилюємо українське національне життя в цілому. Впевнений, що Україна стане повноправним членом ЄС. Принаймні, зробимо все для цього. Взяв участь сьогодні у роботі важливого форуму в Італії, один з найвпливовіших економічних форумів Європи, форум Амбразетті. Подякував прем'єр-міністру Драгі, усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові напрямки співпраці між нашими державами вже зараз, після нашої перемоги. Для України важливо зберегти і посилити італійську підтримку попри будь-які зміни політичних настроїв. До речі, цього тижня це було вже друге звернення до суспільства Італії після звернення до учасників і гостей Венеційського кінофестивалю. Ми боремося за підтримку і розуміння України в усіх країнах Європи, в усіх аудиторіях європейських суспільств. Щоразу я нагадую, що захист України – захист усієї Європи, не тільки наш, усього демократичного світу. Саме з цієї точки зору варто розглянути погодження сьогодні країнами Великої Сімки рішення щодо обмеження ціни на російську нафту. Коли цей механізм буде реалізований, він стане вагомим елементом захисту цивілізованих країн, енергоринків.
Камчатка – это особое место, это особый край. Я когда первый раз появился на Камчатке, влюбился в нее, здесь, ну, не знаю, особая атмосфера. Конечно, когда люди живут, рождаются здесь, живут здесь, то наверное, все это считается обыденным, ко всему привыкаешь. Я, как известно, родился и вырос в Ленинграде, Петербурге, и для меня вот эти набережные города, классические виды, связанные с архитектурой 17-18 там, и поздних веков, это удивительная гармония, кстати говоря, и природы, и того, что сделал человек. Я жил с этим и считал, что так, наверное, и все живут так, и везде в мире это вот имеет место быть. Потом, когда подрос, начал ездить по стране, в основном на спортивные соревнования, понял, что это не так. И первое впечатление было такой шок. Я думал, что везде все так, как у нас в Ленинграде, в Петербурге. А нет, не так. Вот то же самое и здесь. Вот когда, видимо, человек живет, смотрит на эту красоту, кажется, что, наверное, так вот везде, примерно так. Нет, не так. Это уникальное место.
سلام علیکم. لحظه قبل از انفجار میدان دروازه سفارت شوروی صورت گرفت که خیلی زخمی شهید و دوستان بخیر باشن.
Бавовна, 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 в Белгороде, в Брянску и в Старом Осколе бавовна, радість від бавовни в українських серцях невимовна. Без тебе таврійська бавовна, плантація буде неповна, засадим бавовну густу, аж по мосту. Бавовна, 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 бавовна.
Что там реально происходит, я могу назвать. Вот вчера по результатам одного из ударов по их плацдарму на правом берегу из одного только места вывезли 3 КАМАЗа 200-х российских военных.
Это в сторону Украины?
Нет, в сторону России.
Так.
Российских военных. Это только один удар. Таких ударов за сутки штук 10. Не все, не все они по живой силе, но тем не менее можем себе представить, что там творится. Вопрос, значит, ежесуточные потери российской армии резко выросли. Сейчас они составляют 300-350 человек убитыми ежесуточно. Значительная доля их приходится на Херсонское направление. И возникает вопрос, как долго группировка, прижатая к реке, сильно проблематизированным снабжением в голой степи, сможет выдерживать такого масштаба напряжения.
не потух он внутри. С ним во тьму иду, полный им, туда вперед стоит, где грозный вид. В небо тянутся худые больные кроны, и в мой путь далек. В ту степь злая, угрюмый путник, мой рэп дар, я укутал лучше мрак, сел сам, жду кулака над головой, нам всем знать. Я поневоле, недовольный соким, стоим на боя поле, пропускаю хуки в щель, довольно больно. Кто-то бы напуган был, но я пру как бык, и они бьют как ты. По полям в сапогах мимо не фемин, мы они. Тир един, сошелся сик дыру, мир летит, беру щит и меч, хочу жить и быть. Уходит караван матёрда, там и вы черный жуть, мрак.
Расскажите, как вы познакомились и когда с Каноматом?
А это было в 2008 году на сборах руководителей авиационного профиля военно-воздушных сил. Я обратил внимание на его поведение, такое спокойное, уверенное в своей правоте. И при этом, когда он выступал на какую-нибудь тему, он очень аргументированно высказывал свою точку зрения, не обращая внимания, доволен начальник или недоволен. И это меня подкупило. Именно так и должен командир действовать. А в 2010 году мы опять с ним встретились, и вот здесь у нас, можно сказать, крепкие товарищеские отношения на профессиональном уровне. В 2010 году он прилетел со своей дивизией за Байкал.
Возможно, не будет того, чего они так ждали. Радостных забегов украинских танковой пехоты на их позиции. А будет выявили, наказали, выявили, наказали, выявили, наказали. И, возможно, ровно это и происходит. А вот сколько они это выдержат, это большущий вопрос. Со всеми своими 25-30 БТГ это очень большая проблема.
На долю неминучу, башту відірвало йому.
На пляжі Криму зустрічаємо захід сонця і ЗСУ. До зустрічі. Крим наш, Україна наша. Ми переможемо.
Трендюлей тим, хто у вас цим займається, і внести актуальні дані для того, щоб ми могли прорахувати, скільки коштів потрібно, і їх запланувати. Ну, нічого не заважало в Бучі в одній з шкіл швидко зробити ремонт, оновити підвальне приміщення, в якому зроблено об'єкт укриття. Так у пана Кулеби багато інших ще завдань є, на відміну від Тернопільської області, чи Івано-Франківської, чи інших, які я називав. Тому у мене велике прохання, як обично в останній момент ми все робимо, але треба все зробити, а не тільки на бумагах.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов.
Которая очень подходит к вашей ситуации и к вообще ситуации, сложившейся сейчас в мире, и к вам, которые будут учиться на русском. Мы знаем, что ныне лежит на весах, и что совершается ныне. Час мужества пробил на наших часах, и мужество нас не покинет. Не страшно под пулями мертвыми лечь, не горько остаться без крова, и мы сохраним тебя. Русская речь, великое русское слово. Свободным и чистым тебя пронесем, и внукам дадим, и от плена спасем навеки. Вот вы, ребята, будете теми, кто пронесет русское слово и передаст его дальше. И это очень большое право, это очень важная привилегия, которая вам досталась, цените ее. Пускай ваше обучение будет мирным, пускай скорее настанет мир, пускай скорее перестанут стрелять. Я желаю, чтобы вы все были живы, чтобы с вашими родителями было все хорошо, чтобы поскорее наладилась здесь торговля, наладилась связь, чтобы все скорее было хорошо и вы могли спокойно учиться. Дай вам Бог, ребят, всего самого лучшего.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов і інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі ви розумієте, які основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи. Для нас рух України в Євросоюз, трансформація всередині нашої країни – це те, що є одним з ключових елементів довгострокового захисту держави. гарантію свободи для усіх українців. Тому євроінтеграційний процес заслуговує не просто окремої уваги до політичних, економічних, соціальних, правових аспектів, а цілісного підходу. Рухаючись до Європи, ми посилюємо українське національне життя в цілому. Впевнений, що Україна стане повноправним членом ЄС. Принаймні, зробимо все для цього. Взяв участь сьогодні у роботі важливого форуму в Італії, один з найвпливовіших економічних форумів Європи, форум Амбразетті. Подякував прем'єр-міністру Драгі, усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові напрямки співпраці між нашими державами вже зараз, після нашої перемоги. Для України важливо зберегти і посилити італійську підтримку попри будь-які зміни політичних настроїв. До речі, цього тижня це було вже друге звернення до суспільства Італії після звернення до учасників і гостей.
Красавчик. Вот она, наша гордость.
Air siren alert update. Kharkiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data. Air siren alert update. Kharkiv, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
В усіх аудиторіях європейських суспільств щоразу я нагадую, що захист України – захист усієї Європи, не тільки наш, усього демократичного світу. Саме з цієї точки зору варто розглянути погодження сьогодні країнами Великої Сімки рішення щодо обмеження ціни на російську нафту. Коли цей механізм буде реалізований, він стане вагомим елементом захисту цивілізованих країн, енергоринків від російської гібридної агресії. І дійсно треба обмежити також ціну на російський газ. Вдячні пані Урсулі фон дер Ляєн, яка сьогодні сказала про це. Давно настав час саме таких енергетичних санкційних кроків проти Росії. Санкції, які не лише обмежать потік нафтодоларів, газу і євро в Москву, Але й важливо, відновлять справедливість для усіх європейців,
Siren alert
яких
update.
Росія намагається
Kharkiv, all
шантажувати
clear.
штучно,
This message has been generated with municipal
на
data.
енергетичному ринку. Підписав черговий указ про нагородження наших воїнів. 166 учасників бойових дій відзначено державними нагородами, із них 44 посмертно. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав життя за Україну. Вічна слава усім нашим воїнам, які б'ють окупантів всюди, на українському напрямку, на нашій землі. Харківський напрямок, Донеччина, Донбас, увесь Південь, Крим, всюди є і буде Україна. І тільки, і буде свобода, і тільки, і буде Європа. Ми ніколи не віддамо свого окупантам. Слава Україні!
Россию.
А почему Единая Россия?
Да потому что Путин молодец. Во.
А что сделал Владимир Путин для...
Он все сделал. Для России он все сделал.
Для Российской Федерации сделал что? Да он очень много чего сделал, очень хорошего.
Ну, что-то так его критикуют в последнее время.
Да это кто там критикует?
Да пускай они там разговаривают.
Пусть критикует, кому делать нет.
А так Владимир Владимирович, почему он нормальный президент Российской Федерации?
Я за него.
Я тоже за него.
Хай буде весна, там, де ми стоїмо до кінця. І нас не
Собственно говоря, Марьинка, 150-200 метров до ближайших позиций противника, которые вот там вот в жилой застройке они продолжают занимать. Ребята из 150-й дивизии вооруженных сил Российской Федерации, батальон «Шторм», корректируют машин, здесь воюют, находятся и выбивают врага, собственно говоря, из Марьинки.
Сегодня должно быть наступление по плану вышестоящего руководства. Мы своими силами, а также союзными силами должны противника обходить по левой стороне Марьинки. Надо занимать свои рубежи и вести наблюдение за противником. Моя роль в этом – наблюдать за противником, вести воздушную разведку, также корректировать огонь артиллерии и поддерживать нашу пехоту.
Чтобы сюда бы не приходил наемник, это будет пусть так они, как считают защитники Украины. На самом деле это не так, они слепые и глупые люди, потому что, я даже так скажу, наши деды не добили их в 45-м. Пришла наша пора вставать и добивать. Я думаю, все это услышат, и кто считает себя человеком, который будет бороться за справедливость, он станет и прикнет нашим рядам.
Нужно выявить позиции противника, при этом самому остаться максимально скрытым, чтобы противник не нанес новые поражения по корректировке для операторов. Сейчас будем наносить огонь из орудий 100 мм по выявленным позициям противника.
Наша віра єднає серця, Україна навіки жива. Україна – це наша земля.
Гена, да? Гена! Ай ти Боже!
Україна єднає серця.
здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов і інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі ви розумієте, які основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи. Для нас рух України в Євросоюз, трансформація всередині нашої країни – це те, що є одним з ключових елементів довгострокового захисту держави, гарантію свободи для усіх українців. Тому євроінтеграційний процес заслуговує не просто окремої уваги до політичних, економічних, соціальних, правових аспектів, а цілісного підходу. Рухаючись до Європи, ми посилюємо українське національне життя в цілому. Впевнений, що Україна стане повноправним членом ЄС. Принаймні, зробимо все для цього. Взяв участь сьогодні у роботі важливого форуму в Італії, один з найвпливовіших економічних форумів Європи, форум Амбразетті. Подякував прем'єр-міністру Драгі, усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові напрямки співпраці між нашими державами вже зараз, після нашої перемоги. Для України важливо зберегти і посилити італійську підтримку попри будь-які зміни політичних настроїв. До речі, цього тижня це було вже друге звернення до суспільства.
Собственно говоря, Марьинка, 150-200 метров до ближайших позиций противника, которые вот там вот в жилой застройке они продолжают занимать. Ребята из 150-й дивизии вооруженных сил Российской Федерации, батальон «Шторм», корректируют машины, здесь воюют, находятся и выбивают врага, собственно говоря, из Марьинки.
Air siren alert update, Donetsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Сегодня должно быть наступление по плану вышестоящего руководства. Мы своими силами, а также союзными силами должны противника обходить по левой стороне Марьинки, занимать свои рубежи и
буде весна, там, де ми стоїмо до кінця, і нас не зламає війна, наша віра єднає серця, Україна навіки жива. Україна – це наша земля.
Гена, да? Гена! Ай ти Боже!
Україна єднає
Знімайте
серця.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов і інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі ви розумієте, які основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи. Для нас рух України в Євросоюз, трансформація всередині нашої країни – це те, що є одним з ключових елементів довгострокового захисту держави. Гарантію свободи для усіх українців. Тому євроінтеграційний процес заслуговує не просто окремої уваги до політичних, економічних, соціальних, правових аспектів, а цілісного підходу. Рухаючись до Європи, ми посилюємо українське національне життя в цілому. Впевнений, що Україна стане повноправним членом
Расскажите, как вы познакомились и когда с Канаматом?
А это было в 2008 году на сборах руководителей авиационного профиля военно-воздушных сил. Я обратил внимание на его поведение, такое спокойное, уверенное в своей правоте. И при этом, когда он выступал на какую-нибудь тему, он очень аргументированно высказывал свою точку зрения, не обращая внимания, доволен начальник или недоволен. И это меня подкупило. Именно так и должен командир действовать. А в 2010 году мы опять с ним встретились, и вот здесь у нас, можно сказать, крепкие товарищеские отношения на профессиональном уровне. В 2010 году он прилетел со своей дивизией в Забайкале с дозаправками в воздухе. И там мы участвовали в учениях «Восток-2010». Я увидел не только профессиональные качества, но еще и личностные. Ведь у нас как в аттестации пишут сначала личностные качества, да, дисциплинирован, теоретически подготовлен, а в нем была какая-то вот мужская сила. Он никогда не повышал голоса, он всегда по-доброму к тебе относился. Поэтому наравне с высокими профессиональными качествами я заметил в нем еще и высокую порядочность, воспитанность. И меня радует, что именно мне встретился такой человек, как Канамат Хусеевич. Мы с ним ни разу не перешли на «ты». Мы почти одногодки с ним, но всегда с уважением относились друг к другу. В Забайкале, когда они прилетели, главком потребовал от нас, чтобы мы выполнили воздушную часть учений на высшем уровне. Планирование и подготовка составило всего лишь один день. И на следующий день то, что творил Канамат и его подчиненные, это просто уму непостижимо. Там на учениях присутствовали даже иностранная делегация военная. Ну и все... То, что происходило на земле, форсирование реки, Они, конечно, обращали внимание, но в основном они в небо смотрели, то, как летал каномат. Я руководил.
Зробимо все для цього. Взяв участь сьогодні у роботі важливого форуму в Італії, один з найвпливовіших економічних форумів Європи, форум Амбразетті, подякував прем'єр-міністру Драгі, усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові напрямки співпраці між нашими державами вже зараз, після нашої перемоги. Для України важливо зберегти і посилити італійську підтримку попри будь-які зміни політичних настроїв. До речі, цього тижня це було вже друге звернення до суспільства Італії після звернення до учасників і гостей Венеційського кінофестивалю. Ми боремося за підтримку і розуміння України в усіх країнах Європи, в усіх аудиторіях європейських суспільств. Щоразу я нагадую, що захист України – захист усієї Європи, не тільки наш, усього демократичного світу. Саме з цієї точки зору варто розглянути погодження сьогодні країнами Великої Сімки рішення щодо обмеження ціни на російську нафту. Коли цей механізм буде реалізований, він стане вагомим елементом захисту цивілізованих країн, енергоринків від російської гібридної агресії. І дійсно треба обмежити також ціну на російський газ. Вдячні пані Урсулі фон дер Ляєн, яка сьогодні сказала про це. Давно настав час саме таких енергетичних санкційних кроків проти Росії. Санкції, які не лише обмежать потік нафтодоларів, газу і євро в Москву, але й важливо відновлять справедливість для усіх європейців, яких Росія намагається шантажувати штучно, роздутою ціною на енергетичному ринку. Підписав черговий указ про нагородження наших воїнів. 166 учасників бойових дій відзначено державними нагородами, із них 44 посмертно. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав життя за Україну. Вічна слава усім нашим воїнам, які б'ють окупантів всюди, на українському напрямку, на нашій землі. Харківський напрямок, Донеччина, Донбас, увесь Південь, Крим, всюди є і буде Україна. І тільки, і буде свобода, і тільки, і буде Європа. Ми ніколи не віддамо свого окупантам. Слава.
Air siren alert update, Zaporizhzhia, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Беру на точное сопровождение.
Данный мобильный зенитно-ракетно-пушечный комплекс ближнего действия «Панцирь» предназначен для прикрытия активных средств ПВО, а также для прикрытия аэродромов, административно-промышленных объектов, самолетов,
This message has been generated with municipal data.
высокоточного оружия, беспилотных летательных аппаратов.
Маневр.
Обеспечиваем безопасные пролеты и работу авиации. В данном комплексе заложены такие характеристики, как уничтожение объектов с высокой скоростью типа РСЗО и воздушных целей с баллистической траекторией типа точки У. Поэтому данный комплекс отлично справляется с поставленными задачами, которыми перед нами ставит руководство.
Stellt sich für mich in diesem Zusammenhang dann auch die Frage,
das wird langsam heftig. Ich glaube, man weiß ja nie wegen Nachbeben. Wir machen mal eine Viertelstunde Pause.
А почему Единая Россия? Да потому что Путин молодец. Во.
А что сделал Владимир Путин для...
Он все сделал. Для России он все сделал.
Для Российской Федерации сделал что? Да он очень много чего сделал, очень хорошего.
Что-то так его критикуют в последнее время.
Да это кто там критикует?
Да пускай они там разговаривают.
Пусть критикует, кому делать нет.
А так Владимир Владимирович, почему он нормальный президент Российской Федерации?
Я за него.
Я тоже за него.
Sie haben Ihre Heimat verlassen.
Ja.
Wo sind Sie jetzt?
Im Libanon.
Ja, warum? Wegen die Bedrohungen? Ja?
Die Bedrohungen war eines. Ich habe Österreich bereits 2020 verlassen, weil die Situation für mich sehr unerträglich geworden war. Und der Hauptgrund war, ich hatte überhaupt keine Arbeit mehr. Und ich wurde auf der Straße angepöbelt, auf eine sehr, sehr unangenehme Art und Weise. Und ich beschloss im September 2020, also vor 2 Jahren, nach Frankreich zu gehen. Ich habe lange nach einem Haus gesucht, hatte das dann endlich gefunden. Dazwischen war ich wieder in Österreich, wegen Lockdowns und einem Unfall, aber ich wollte einfach durchstarten, wieder wirklich von Null in Frankreich. Und dann musste ich feststellen, und das war vor dem 24. Februar, dass ich in Frankreich kein Bankkonto bekomme, keine Steuernummer. Und auf eine sehr unangenehme Art und Weise vom dortigen Nachrichtendienst aufgefordert wurde, das Land zu verlassen. Und das war zuerst eine Überraschung und dann ein Schock, weil ich war gerade erst angekommen, ich hatte gerade erst meine Tiere und mich nach Frankreich transportiert und dann stellte ich Mitte März fest, dass ich gehen muss. Und ich beschloss dann in den Libanon zu ziehen, aus mehreren Gründen. Ich spreche gut Arabisch, ich kenne das Land, ich habe dort Freunde aus Zeiten lange vor Funktionen, die ich hatte. Und es war auch leichter, so verrückt das klingen mag, aber es war leichter, die Tiere und mich aus Frankreich über Marseille in den Libanon zu transportieren, als irgendwo anders hinzugehen.
Für Europa sind Sie Putin-Versteher?
Ich weiß nicht, wie Sie mich jetzt nennen, aber es ist viel schlimmer als Putin-Versteher. Putin-Versteher gab es seit vielen Jahren schon. Das, was man mir vorwirft, ist, und ich bin offenbar auf verschiedenen Listen, ich destabilisiere die Europäische Union. Das ist verrückt, ja. Ich bin Propaganda-Chefin, ich bin Agentin und. Also die Vorwürfe sind sehr, sehr lange.
Wie denken Sie, hat Europa einen Fehler mit den Sanktionen gemacht?
Also die Energiesanktionen waren von Anfang an nicht durchdacht, weil es gibt Angebot und Nachfrage. Und wenn man das Angebot verkleinert, dann steigt der Preis. Und das wurde offenbar überhaupt nicht wahrgenommen. Und man ist davon ausgegangen, dass man diese Energie
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов, інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі ви розумієте, які основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи. Для нас рух України в Євросоюз, трансформація всередині нашої країни – це те, що є одним з ключових елементів довгострокового захисту держави. Гарантію свободи для усіх українців. Тому євроінтеграційний процес заслуговує не просто окремої уваги до політичних, економічних, соціальних, правових аспектів, а цілісного підходу. Рухаючись до Європи, ми посилюємо українське національне життя в цілому. Впевнений, що Україна стане повноправним членом ЄС. Принаймні, зробимо все для цього. Взяв участь сьогодні у роботі важливого форуму в Італії, один з найвпливовіших економічних форумів Європи, форум Амбразетті. Подякував прем'єр-міністру Драгі, усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові напрямки співпраці між нашими державами вже зараз, після нашої перемоги. Для України важливо зберегти і посилити італійську підтримку попри будь-які зміни політичних настроїв. До речі, цього тижня це було вже друге звернення до суспільства Італії після звернення до учасників і гостей.
Красавчик. Вот она, наша гордость.
Я за нас! Россию, сука! Сука! Я за нас! Россию, сука! Набью! Сука! Я не... Зихай! На нахуй! Зихай! Знаете, кто сейчас? Знаменитому Газон, ё! Кто крикнул? Тазик, хай крикнул! Кто крикнул, блядь? Нахуй, слышь?
Камчатка — это особое место, это особый край. Я когда первый раз появился на Камчатке, влюбился в нее, здесь, ну, не знаю, особая атмосфера. Конечно, когда люди живут, рождаются здесь, живут здесь, то, наверное, все это считается обыденным, ко всему привыкаешь. Я, как известно, родился и вырос в Ленинграде, Петербурге, и для меня вот эти набережные города, классические виды, связанные с архитектурой 17-18, там.
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Аудиторіях європейських суспільств щоразу я нагадую, що захист України – захист усієї Європи, не тільки наш, усього демократичного світу. Саме з цієї точки зору варто розглянути погодження сьогодні країнами Великої Сімки рішення щодо обмеження ціни на російську нафту. Коли цей механізм буде реалізований, він стане вагомим елементом захисту цивілізованих країн, енергоринків від російської гібридної агресії. І дійсно треба обмежити також ціну на російський газ. Вдячні пані Урсулі фон дер Ляєн, яка сьогодні сказала про це. Давно настав час саме таких енергетичних санкційних кроків проти Росії. Санкції, які не лише обмежать потік нафтодоларів, газу і євро в Москву, але й важливо відновлять справедливість для усіх європейців, яких Росія намагається шантажувати штучно, роздобич на енергетичному ринку. Підписав черговий указ про нагородження наших воїнів. 166 учасників бойових дій відзначено державними нагородами, із них 44 посмертно. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав життя за Україну. Вічна слава усім нашим воїнам, які б'ють окупантів всюди, на українському напрямку, на нашій землі. Харківський напрямок, Донеччина, Донбас, увесь Південь, Крим, всюди є і буде Україна. І тільки, і буде свобода, і тільки, і буде Європа. Ми ніколи не віддамо свого окупантам. Слава Україні!
Что там реально происходит, я могу назвать. Вот вчера по результатам одного из ударов по их плацдарму на правом берегу из одного только места вывезли 3 КАМАЗа 200-х российских военных.
Air siren alert update. Donetsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Это только один удар. Таких ударов за сутки штук 10. Не все они по живой силе, но тем не менее можем себе представить, что там творится. Вопрос, значит, ежесуточные потери российской армии резко выросли. Сейчас они составляют 300-350 человек убитыми ежесуточно. Значительная доля их приходится на Херсонское направление. И возникает вопрос, как долго.
Air siren alert update. Donetsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Не потух он внутри, с ним во тьму иду полный им. Туда вперед стоит, где грозный вид. В небо тянутся худые больные кроны, и в мой путь далек. В ту степь злая, угрюмый путик, мой рэп дар. Я укутал лучше мрак, сел сам, жду кулака над головой, нам всем знать. Я поневоле, недовольный соким своим на боя поле. Пропускаю хуки в щель, довольно больно. Кто-то бы напуган был, но я пру как бык, и они бьют как фиг. По полям в сапогах мимо не фемен, мы они. Теперь един сошел
Siren
со всех
alert
дыру, мир
update.
летит в
Don't
дыру, шит и меч,
escape. All
хочу
clear.
жить и быть.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Проходит ежегодно с 2015 года.
Дорогие друзья, добрый день. Очень рад вас всех видеть, иметь возможность вас поприветствовать и, разумеется, поблагодарить за то, что вы занимаетесь тем делом, ради которого мы сегодня и собрались, чтобы пообсуждать отдельные его детали. Ясно, что вы занимаетесь этим не только потому, что это модно сегодня, весь мир занимается вопросами экологии, но занимаетесь потому, что вам это нравится и действительно.
Сильно проблематизированным снабжением в голой степи сможет выдерживать такого масштаба напряжения. Возможно, не будет того, чего они так ждали, радостных забегов украинских танков и пехоты на их позиции, а будет выявили, наказали, выявили, наказали, выявили, наказали. И, возможно, ровно это и происходит. А во сколько они это выдержат, это большущий вопрос. Со всеми своими 25-30 ВТГ это очень большая проблема.
Трендюлей тим, хто у вас цим займається, і внести актуальні дані для того, щоб ми могли прорахувати, скільки коштів потрібно, і їх запланувати. Ну, нічого не заважало в Бучі в одній із шкіл швидко зробити ремонт, оновити підвальне приміщення, в якому зроблено об'єкт укриття. Так у пана Кулеби багато інших ще завдань є, на відміну від Тернопільської області, чи Івано-Франківської, чи інших, які я називав. Тому у мене велике прохання, як обычно в останній момент ми все робимо, але треба все зробити, а не тільки на бумагах.
Антон Андреевич Лиханов. Хотим выразить вам свою благодарность от ребят, добровольно подписавших контракт на защиту нашей Родины от нацистской твари. Мы очень благодарны за предоставленную нам экипировку, амуницию и все остальное. Мы честно, от души благодарны вам. И я думаю, что это все нам поможет быстро, качественно и в короткие сроки завершить нашу спецоперацию. Спасибо.
Калининград сила!
Калининград сила!
Благодарим!
Північного шару. Що, быстро викрутили? Рома, побіжав.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні провів ще одне на цьому тижні засідання Ставки Верховного Головнокомандувача. Були присутні, як завжди, керівники сектору оборони, безпеки, Залужний, Монастирський, Буданов, Малюк, Данілов і інші. Доповідали командуючі оперативних напрямків Сирський, Літвінов, Ковальчук. Думаю, що всі ви розумієте, які основні питання прийняті і певні рішення. Я думаю, ми їх всі побачимо. Розглянули сьогодні також питання забезпечення наших військових всебічної підтримки Збройних сил України. Провів нараду щодо подальших кроків держави у європейській інтеграції. Це ще один наш оперативний напрямок роботи, щоденної важливої роботи. Для нас рух України в Євросоюз, трансформація всередині нашої країни – це те, що є одним з ключових елементів довгострокового захисту держави. Гарантію свободи для усіх українців. Тому євроінтеграційний процес заслуговує не просто окремої уваги до політичних, економічних, соціальних, правових аспектів, а цілісного підходу. Рухаючись до Європи, ми посилюємо українське національне життя в цілому. Впевнений, що Україна стане повноправним членом ЄС. Принаймні, зробимо все для цього. Взяв участь сьогодні у роботі важливого форуму в Італії, один з найвпливовіших економічних форумів Європи, форум Амбразетті. Подякував прем'єр-міністру Драгі, усім італійцям, які допомагають нам, також захищають українські прагнення до свободи, до Європи. Запропонував нові напрямки співпраці між нашими державами вже зараз, після нашої перемоги. зберегти і посилити італійську підтримку попри будь-які зміни політичних настроїв. До речі, цього тижня це було вже друге звернення до суспільства Італії після звернення до учасників і гостей Венеційського кінофестивалю. Ми боремося за підтримку і розуміння України в усіх країнах Європи, в усіх аудиторіях європейських суспільств. Щоразу я нагадую, що захист України – захист усієї Європи, не тільки наш, усього демократичного світу. Саме з цієї точки зору варто розглянути погодження сьогодні країнами Великої Сімки рішення щодо обмеження ціни на російську нафту. Коли цей механізм буде реалізований, він стане вагомим елементом захисту цивілізованих країн, енергоринків від російської гібридної агресії. І дійсно треба обмежити також ціну на російський газ. Вдячні пані Урсулі фон дер Ляєн, яка сьогодні сказала про це. Давно настав час саме таких енергетичних санкційних кроків проти Росії. Санкції, які не лише обмежать потік нафтодоларів, газу і євро в Москву, але й важливо, відновлять справедливість для усіх європейців, яких Росія намагається шантажувати штучно, роздутою ціною на енергетичному ринку. Підписав черговий указ про нагородження наших воїнів. 166 учасників бойових дій відзначено державними нагородами, із них 44 посмертно. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав життя за Україну. Вічна слава усім нашим воїнам, які б'ють окупантів всюди, на українському напрямку, на нашій землі. Харківський напрямок, Донеччина, Донбас, увесь Південь, Крим, всюди є і буде Україна. І тільки, і буде свобода, і тільки, і буде Європа. Ми ніколи не віддамо свого окупантам. Слава Україні!
Серйозна об'ява, ракетна тривога. Ми всіх просимо пройти до укриттів, адреси яких ми вже називали. Це є перехід Дерибасівська на розі Преображенської, Дерибасівська-Преображенська, ТРЦ Афіна, ТРЦ Європа і ще багато інших.
Знаєте, це фото особливо мені надзвичайно складно взагалі коментувати, тому що людина, яка
По поручению президента правительство запускает новый инструмент поддержки предприятий промышленности. Это промышленная ипотека. Соответствующее постановление подготовлено. Российские организации смогут получить долгосрочные льготные кредиты на покупку производственной недвижимости. Мы рассчитываем, что такой инструмент позволит промышленным предприятиям оптимизировать расходы на приобретение новых помещений. Ну а это, как правило, весьма затратная часть сметы. Поддержать интерес к расширению производства, запуску перспективных проектов, созданию новых рабочих мест.
Сейчас мы находимся в Шервудском лесу. Это одно из самых тяжелых мест от Изюма к Славянску. Бои здесь продолжаются 5 месяцев, 6-й. На сегодняшний день Шервудский лес освобожден практически на 70%. Где-то дошли уже даже до кромки. Почему Шервудский лес называют Шервудским? Это условное обозначение густонаселенной части. Для того, чтобы куда-то продвинуться, приезжают специальные инженерные машины, простреливают дороги, и таким образом образуются просеки. Дальше наши военнослужащие занимают позиции и продвигаются.
Продвинулись существенно. Практически дошли до края леса, но работы еще достаточно. Оснащение технического противника неплохое, в частности, автомобили, БТРы. По личному составу действуют гораздо менее активно, чем это было в мае. Явно противник начал сдуваться здесь.
Почти весь лес, 70%, наверное, может даже больше.
Мій дуже старий товариш, якого я знаю багато років, мій побратим. І це світлина, яку виклали самі терористи. Вони, як злочинці, просто вихваляються своїми злочинами. І надзвичайно складно взагалі усвідомити зараз те, що в той час, поки українські військові, азовці, українська армія кожного дня викладається на 100% на лінії фронту для того, щоб стримувати ворога, знищувати ворога, звільняти території.